The house, Mark Torres, a 25-yard interception return by Mark Torres, the sophomore, continues to impress, Justin.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Benton West City Subway, Weeks Chrysler Dodge Jeep Chevy Polaris and Victory in Benton, U.S. Bank, Martin's Restaurant and Catering, Kimmel Chaplain Pharmacy, Mr. D's Drive-In, SCD Ray & Sons Insurance Agency in Benton, Jesse Drew Rockin' Material, Dr. Simpson DDS in Benton, Wilkins Auto Body, All Stars and Stitches, Drew and Drew Attorneys, Skibo Family Eye Care, Tim Millenbein at Edward Jones, Benton Junior Football Association, and Red Lake College. Now, let's head out to the field and every action-packed play of Rangers football. Here's the voice of the Benton Rangers, Jim Muir and Justin Wyant.
A very pleasant evening from Lions Field in Carterville, and welcome to Benton Ranger football action right here on your high school sports connection, WQRL. Thanks very much for joining us tonight. I'm Jim Muir. I'll be bringing you play-by-play action as the Rangers beat the Carterville Lions to one play. This pregame show tonight being brought to you by your Benton West City Subway. Build a better breakfast tomorrow morning with a $3 breakfast combo at your Benton West City Subway. Choose any of the mouth-watering 6-inch breakfast sandwiches with either a 16-ounce Seattle's Best coffee or a 21-ounce fountain drink. Eat fresh for breakfast at your Benton West City Subway. Benton is coached by Jeremy Clodfelder in his 8th year at Benton, and the Rangers enter this game obviously with a record 0-0 heading in tonight. Clodfelder with a record of 34-33 in his 7 previous years have been 8-19 though after the first 3 years. Over the last 5 years, Coach Clodfelder with a record of 26-14. At Benton, the Lions are Coach Drust. In his 13th year, Coach Drust with a great record over 12 years, 0-4 and 27 in 12 years at Carterville. I'm joined once again tonight by Justin Wyant, who'll be bringing you color commentary. Justin, first things first, welcome aboard again for what should be another exciting Benton Ranger football.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to be here. Again, we start over here at Carterville like we do every this year. Great facility. A little bit warm outside. They're calling for some storms, but all in all, it's going to be a good start to the year. Everybody's first pitch right now, as you well know. I'm a Cubs fan, so that's the motto I live by to start every season, right? So, you know, this is fun. This is going to be a good place to be on this Friday night, and I'm looking forward to it.
We want to welcome in the third member of our broadcast team tonight, a guy who does a lot of sideline work for us, Travis Severin. Travis, welcome aboard again, and exciting high school football, 5th quarter action after the game. So, very, very exciting time here in Southern Illinois.
Oh, yeah, I'm like a little kid all day at work. And they were, what's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous? I was excited to be out here and couldn't get to Carterville fast enough. But this is why these kids have been practicing all summer long and going to camps and doing the weightlifting and drills and all the running they do. This is to be ready to play this game tonight. So you're tired of hitting maroon on maroon. Now you get to hit different colors. So, you know, this is what it's all about. High school football Friday night. Hopefully the storms will stay away, and I look forward to being down there on the sideline. Hopefully they'll run me over.
We are scheduled for a 7 p.m. kickoff here tonight. It has clouded up quite a bit back in the southwest, and some rain in the area. We're hoping to avoid that throughout the night, and certainly hoping to avoid the lightning delays. But certainly the chance for inclement weather is here tonight in Southern Illinois, all around Southern Illinois. Pop up thunder showers everywhere. So we'll have to watch that as we move along. But start with Justin, and first things first, Justin. Both these teams have got a lot of big shoes to fill. Perhaps Carterville maybe a little bit more than they lost 2 all-state players in that backfield, 2 kids that rushed for 2,500 yards between them, and they took care of about 80% of the offense last year. So they've got some big shoes to fill with Ashman and Frangelo.
Yeah, Philip Frangelo was a workhorse for them in the backfield. We know that firsthand 2 years in a row. He kind of had his way with us. And Michael Ashman, he was a very experienced quarterback. He knew Coach Drust's offense. They trusted him with it. He's moved on to Southern Illinois Saluki play. And, you know, and kind of like Benton, we're losing probably one of the best actual football players we've had in our program for the last 20 years, if not longer, in Matt Spike Button. He's moved on to Findlay University in Ohio. These are huge shoes to fill. I hope the players don't take the moment, make it bigger than what it is, but you got to play within yourself Brock. He's going to be under center for Ben tonight. And you got to execute things you've been doing all summer, things you've been doing during the 2-a-days to get you the starting position. And hopefully, things go his way, and we can get out of here with a W.
And Travis, when you look at a game like this, certainly I'm sure emotions are going to be running high. Some of these kids getting their very first taste of varsity football. So Friday Night Lights, we may see a few turnovers early on in a game like this with some new kids in new positions.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of these kids, it's the first time for them to play, or they haven't played that much. Coach Spanky was telling me down on the field earlier. He said, we've got kids coming back, but they're still just juniors. Only going to start 2 seniors on defense tonight. So on both sides of the ball for Benton and for Carterville, a lot of young kids. It's going to come down to execution. And I'll tell you what I remember a lot of times from first 3 games of football is kids cramping up. You remember a couple of years ago when we knocked them off at Benton, their quarterback cramped the whole game. He came out, had several turnovers, bad snaps. If you remember, they were fumbling snaps. So that can come into play tonight. Keeping kids hydrated. Cramping can be a big issue, but it's going to come down to who can execute and who can make a big play, because I think, I'm sure you guys as well, both defenses are more seasoned than either big offense.
Temperature 90 degrees at game time tonight, and humidity a little over 50%. The heat index 93 here tonight. So certainly, as what said, the dehydration is the key, and we put these kids cramping up. I'm sure coach has been working on that. He did a lot of focus on them prior throughout the entire week ready for this action here on Friday. Let's get a quick break in. We had a chance earlier to connect with Benton Ranger head football coach Jeremy Clarkfield. Get his thoughts on the start of this 2014. He's looking at a break, and we'll come back. You're listening to Benton Ranger Football action here on WQRL, our pregame show, again being brought to you by Benton West City Subway. Back after these messages.
Whether you grew up in the country or in the middle of the big city, everyone can enjoy a flavor favorite at Subway restaurants with the Chicken Salad Sandwich, a delicious combination of juicy chicken, chopped celery, and creamy mayonnaise, all served on your choice of freshly baked bread. We like ours with lettuce and tomatoes, but you can top yours with any veggies you want. Add chips and a drink, and you've got a great meal. So stop by today for our flavor favorite sub, the delicious Chicken Salad Sandwich. Subway, eat fresh. Limited time only at participating locations.
At Weeks in Benton, we can help you with your automotive purchasing needs with 7 brands of new vehicles: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Polaris, and Victory. Stop by and test drive one of these excellent new products or our large inventory of pre-owned. Our friendly sales staff has over 100 years of combined experience, which helps make your buying experience easy and comfortable. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town, but south on the price. Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Welcome back to Carterville, and welcome to our coaches report tonight. We're joined by Benton Ranger head football coach Jeremy Clodfelder. And Jeremy, this opening season matchup against the Carterville Lions has really turned into a good rivalry, and it's a great measuring stick for both teams to begin the season.
Well, it really has. We go back to 2010 when we started this rivalry, and we lost a game down there, turned 10-7, and ended up going 5-4 and not getting in the playoffs. Then 11, they came up to our place, and we handled them by a couple touchdowns or so, and they went 5-4 and didn't get in. And 2012 was the year we played twice. We went down there with a new team, kind of similar to what we're at this year, and beat them by a couple scores, and then went back down in the second-round playoff game where they ended up beating us there. And then a year ago, where we were replacing so many kids again, except for the quarterback position probably. They were bringing everybody back. Fourth in the state came up here and was a whale of a game. So not only have the games been extremely spirited and competitive, they've also been critical on both teams' postseason opportunities and successes.
Both Benton and Carterville lost heavily to graduation, particularly at some very key positions. So a lot of kids in new positions tonight for both teams, and that's going to make for some uncertainty.
Well, it always does. Anytime you have new kids on the field, and people don't always understand what new kids on the field means. You could have some kids that were in their youth that played for you a year ago, but what really matters is when did they play for you and how did they play for you. If you play and if you're getting minutes or snaps in games where you're up heavily or down heavily, those aren't necessarily meaningful snaps all the time. Meaningful snaps are those games when the game is on your shoulders and it's in the moment, it's in the primary part of the game. And one of the uncertainties is you never know how kids will handle it. How will they handle the moment in the bright lights when it's really placed on their shoulders and they're the key cog in the wheel?
We talked about key players lost to graduation, and one of them, two-time All-South quarterback Spike Bunton, and that has created a spirited competition for the quarterback spot at Benton.
Well, it has, and going throughout the year, Tyler Orr was probably going to be the front runner. But then late summer, Caleb Brock started to close the gap in the window there, and he really has done a nice job in terms of getting better, and his maturity has been it's been really nice to watch him develop. One of the things we have to do is let him manage the game and not expect him to win us a game, just because of some certain things that we do now. But not all is lost with Tyler either. Tyler came back and he really responded in a mature manner. He came and wanted to learn another position. He's going to help us on the field in some other roles and different capacities. But he's also a guy that in the practice week is getting some snaps and some reps at quarterback, because as we all know with Spike up and down last year, you got to have a quarterback that's ready to go in that can do the things you need him to do to be successful still.
And game one, opening season games, game one of the season is always kind of difficult to read from a lot of perspectives. As far as keys go tonight, and this being one of those opening season matchups, what do you look for, and what do you think the Rangers have to do to win this game?
Well, I think we got to show up and not flinch. I think we need to show up with an enthusiastic attitude. I think we need to take the field with an edge and a swagger that we used to have. We probably didn't have it as much as a year ago as we had it the previous three. And I think what's important is we get that edge back and we come back out very spirited, again with energy and enthusiasm, not so much emotion. But I think we've got to come out and play like we belong and play like we have some experience and not play youthful. I think that's important, taking care of the football. Jim, you've been around me for a long time and you hear us talk about ball security. And again, one of the biggest keys to week one football, and really all football, but it's how you handle the moment. How do the new guys handle the moment? How do the new people embrace the situation and the night? And who makes the fewest mistakes typically is going to win. And that means, again, from turnovers to penalties to just little bitty things that everybody calls little bitty that we've really started to call major things.
It's been a long summer with camps and contact days, and then now the grueling pace of practice leading up to tonight's game. I'm sure the Rangers are probably tired of hitting each other and ready to hit somebody else health-wise. How is the Benton team tonight heading into this week one game against Carterville?
Well, first of all, I think you hit it on the head there. There always comes that point in time where you're tired of banging on the same color jersey. You're tired of hitting your buddy. You're tired of going through practice that way, although you have to, and you have to find a way to overcome that and continue to get better. But for the most part, we're pretty healthy. We've got a couple of guys that will sincerely, not gamemanship-wise, but will genuinely be game-time decisions because of some tweaks and some little bit of bangs and injuries. Not totally injuries, I hope, but just nicked up a little bit, some bumps and bruises. We're going to have to kind of find out how they feel as they start to run around a little bit and do some things. But it's finding the balance. You got to hit. You got to do some things. You got to be physical in practice so you can do those things that give you a chance to win games. But there's a fine line of how much you hit, and right now with this group, we've kind of struggled to find that line. I think we found it now, but hope you didn't find it a little bit too late. So a long answer, but for the most part, we're pretty healthy with a couple of game-time decisions on some kids. As
always, Coach, we appreciate your time here on WQRL, and we certainly wish you and the Rangers great success, not only tonight but the entire season. Good luck against the Carterville Lions.
All right, thanks, Jim. Let's have fun.
That is Benton coach Jeremy Clodfelder. Exciting Benton Ranger football action is straight ahead here on WQRL. Back to Carterville and more of our Benton West City Subway pregame show following these very important messages.
You wouldn't go out in a rainstorm without an umbrella. Don't get caught without the right insurance coverages either. When you have an accident or something else unexpected, the last thing you need to worry about is whether you have the right insurance coverages for your specific needs. Call SCD Ray & Sons Insurance Agency in Benton, your professional Pekin agency, for a comprehensive review of your present policies. Be prepared to weather life's unexpected storms. Call SCD Ray & Sons Insurance Agency in Benton at 439-7557 for complete insurance coverages from Pekin Insurance at reasonable rates and with beyond the expected service.
Everyone has a lunch special, but what's special about it? At Mr. D's, you get great food at the best price, like the burger combo. A hearty, tasty burger, fries, and a drink for only $4.39. That's right, less than $5 for a full meal. Now that's special. Mr. D's has all of your favorites, from chicken strips with gravy to chili dogs to savory barbecue, even a tilapia fish sandwich. Wash it down with your favorite drink like a blueberry Mountain Dew or a milkshake or ice-cold Pepsi. Try an ice cream cone for dessert. Mr. D's Drive-In on North Main, Benton.
Back to Benton Ranger Football on Q106.
Welcome back to Carterville. Again, glad to have you alongside with tonight for Benton Ranger Football action here on WQRL. Justin Wyant alongside, and I'm Jim Muir, the Rangers and the Lions. And Justin, this turned into a really good rivalry to open the season. I think it's a game schools I really embrace and look forward to.
Well, the things that make a great rivalry is the teams are competitive. Our teams are competitive. They're competing for their conference championships. They're competing for first, and really, I expect both to kind of be in six. We both have both the defenses should be pretty well ready to from last year. They got a lot of returners on both teams here on defense. So, yeah, I mean, what makes the rivalry? Teams are good. One now for the last 5 years, however long we've been. Week one, that's very important.
We've talked about that in the past. You might think you stub your toe week one and certainly you can. But week 8 and week 9, when you're thinking, well, we could get 5 wins somehow, you go back to this night and think maybe that's one you let get away. So, yeah, it's important. Every week is important, particularly when you're trying to get to that 5 mark level. And we talked about it earlier in our pregame about the two faces of ball this year for the Benton Rangers. So let's look at the Benton offense and defense heading into game 1 against Carterville.
Absolutely. Let's start with the offensive side. At center for the Rangers will be number 56, junior Devin King. At right guard will be number 68, also a junior, Ray Smothers. At left guard, number 65, a senior, Dalton Yates. Number 63 at right tackle, Bryden Timer, he's a sophomore. And at left tackle will be number 71, Ben Pankey, he's a junior. At quarterback, it will be number 3, Caleb Rock, who's also a junior. Wide receiver is going to be number 6, Mark Torres, a junior. Wide receiver number 2, Cole Richardson, also a junior. At tight end, that will be number 84, Cruz Hayes, a junior. Your main running back is going to be Clay Kelly, a junior. Number 34, your receivers are Nick Coffin, Jesse Van Horbeck, and Tyler Orr. On the defensive side of the ball, it's going to be defense ends, Cruz Hayes, number 84, and Josh Gibson, number 66. No tackle, it's 76. Jordan Christie. Outside linebackers are Mark Torres and Clay Kelly. Inside linebackers are Tristan Wigan, 21, 31, Gordon Cooley. And also the inside linebacker, number 5, Nick Coffin. At your corners, number 1, Ray McDaniel, number 2, Cole Richardson, and he will be number 4, Chase Cohen. And always, just like in every week in the past, our starting lineups are brought to you by Martin's Restaurant Catering. And it's located at 12 East Main Street. Martin's Restaurant Catering is the long sponsor of Ranger at Stop by with Bob Martin and his fine staff and check out their day special where you get homemade pies. At Martin's Restaurant and Catering, they bring you our starting lineups here at week 1 at Carterville.
An overcast evening here. The sun was shining brightly when we rolled into Carterville, and it's overcast. Clouds have kind of broken up over to the west a little bit, so we feel like we're okay heading in here tonight. Make it at least get this game started on time, I believe. No rain yet here from Carterville. The former standout player, Justin Wyant, standout for the Benton Rangers in football, and you've had several, 3, I think, of these opening night varsity football under your belt. What's going through the players right now? What do you see as keeps this game done?
Well, it doesn't matter if you're a freshman on the varsity team or you're a senior on the varsity team. You got to look at the nerves. If you're not nervous about stuff like this, something's wrong with it. And that's a good thing. You want to do well. You want to represent your town. You want to represent the name on the front of your jersey. Just do the number on the back. That's just plain and simple. They want to come here and they want to play well, but they're nervous. And we just can overcome some of this stuff. And once the game gets going, once the crowd gets cheering a little bit, they get hit a little bit by somebody other than their own teammates. Maybe they'll knock them a little rust off of them and start playing football a little bit.
Hey, Justin, I remember 2 years ago, we were down here after Tyler had graduated, and we were really concerned about the quarterback. quarterback spot. You and I chat all the way down, it seems like Carterville, about, can somebody step in? I think that's one of the beauties of high school sports. You think nobody's ever going to step up and fill that role, but the kids are resilient. They come back, and I think it's an opportunity for somebody to step up and join them.
Absolutely. I think you could have had a recorder in your truck years ago, and they put a recorder in your truck about an hour ago on our way to the game. It was the same. We don't know what to expect. A lot of new players and some skill positions. They're plain and simple. They're going to have to play well if the team wants to succeed. And from everything we've got from the players, coaches, parents, they're ready. They're ready to do this, and I just hope they are. Because we've got a quality of in Carterville to hit them right now.
I want to talk a little bit about that quarterback spot, and as we mentioned in the pregame, there was a healthy competition. Tyler Orr looked at the guy at the last would walk into that quarterback spot, but Caleb Brock really came on, and Caleb Brock was the starting quarterback. But kudos to Tyler Orr for the way he handled that. You and I talked about that earlier, Justin, and he said, "Hey, I want to be a part of this team and help any way I can." That means a lot.
Tyler Orr last year played in 3 or 4 games that we know of when Mike went down injured. He came in, filled the spot. Of course, he was spiked. You know what? He knew the offense did his job. He did exactly what the coaches told him to do. This summer, he lost the starting quarterback's job to a different player. He didn't hang his head. He didn't cut the coaches. He didn't, stop going to practice, show his independence. He was a team player, and he won. You guys said, okay, I'm not the quarterback, coach. From what we understand, he went to the coach. The coach wanted to help the team in any way possible, do whatever he needs to do out here for 150%, and that's the kind of player you want.
The Rangers and the Carterville Lions tonight. Let's get a quick break in, and we'll come back. You're listening to Ranger Football action here on WQRL.
Surveying, Abbott's 24-hour towing, Hobbs Services, Kurt Irwin Construction, AP Excavating, State Bank of Whittington, Q106, Pop's Barbecue, Positive Impressions, Midwest Excavating, Bit Brokers International, Aikens Auto Salvage, RLC Bit Service, Mid-Country Bank, and Gajewski Bulldozing. The Benton Junior Football Association thanks you for your support.
When it's time to make sure your teeth are in healthy condition, call Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton to schedule your appointment or your child's appointment. Regular cleaning and checkups are part of maintaining your teeth for a comfortable, healthy smile. And if you're looking to brighten your smile, Dr. Simpson offers whitening too. When your teeth need cleaning, filling, crowns, bridge work, whitening, and more, call Dr. Simpson to make an appointment. 439-4364. That's 439-4364 for Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton.
Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Welcome back to Carterville, Benton Ranger football action. I believe Travis Severin is alongside, and he's made connection with Bob. Thank you, Travis. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Can you hear me, Tim?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm down here with the defensive coordinator of the Benton Ranger varsity football team here, Bob Pankey. Bob, hey, buddy, it's football season. It's finally no more hitting maroon on maroon. We get to see a different team, and this is why you've been practicing and playing all summer long, right?
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's jacked up. We're excited, like you said, working all off season, all spring, all summer, like you said, hitting each other. They're tired of hitting each other. They're ready to go play somebody, and they're ready to go tonight. Our atmosphere when you come to Carterville, Bob. Absolutely. It's an awesome place. We love playing here. The turf's nice. They always have a good crowd. The facilities are excellent. It's a great place to come to play. It's a great place to just experience Southern Illinois football. Tell us about your defense, Coach. We're excited about our defense this year. We know, and everybody will see that's at the game tonight, and if they see the program, they'll know that we're a little undersized probably defensively, but we are fast and we are physical. We have a unique combination this year. We are young but experienced. We started a bunch of young guys last year on our varsity defensive squad, and those guys are all back. We returned about 7 or 8 different guys that started last year. We only have 2 seniors on our defensive squad this year. So, again, like I said, we're a little young, but we're experienced. Let's appreciate it. Thanks so much. Okay, thanks, guys. Back to Bob Pankey, the defensive coordinator here for the Benton Rangers. And this segment brought to you by Whittington Search. Every week they're going to bring you Talking Defense each week with defensive coordinator Bob Pankey and myself right here on Benton Ranger Football.
Whittington Church knows the importance of teamwork, and they encourage you to be a part of a winning team at one of the many fine churches in our area. That's Whittington Church, wishing a successful season to the Rangers and all the teams in our area, guys, and it's about kickoff time.
Thanks so much, Travis, and we appreciate that. We're having a little technical difficulty. We're going to get back to the studio, try and get that lined out. Back to Carterville in just a moment.
Hey, this is Big Dave at All Stars and Stitches, located in Benton, Illinois. We provide screen printing, embroidery, banners, signs, plaques, trophies, and awards.
Hey, this is Coach Aaron. If you need screen printing, embroidery, plaques, or trophies, give the big man, Big Dave, a call at All Stars and Stitches in Benton, Illinois, 435-555-555.
Again, All Stars and Stitches. Our hours are Monday through Friday from 10 to 6 and Saturdays from 10 to 3. By the way, what was that phone number again?
435-555-555.
You need a law firm who is willing to go and fight for you, whether you're in a divorce, accused of a crime, or if you've been injured in an accident.
I'm Brian Drew. My brother Jason and I's law firm was built on and continues to be run on fighting for our clients. We'll fight for you all the way through trial, be it in front of a judge or jury, whatever it takes. From Cairo to Effingham, from river to river, we're here for you. No case is too big, no case is too small. If it matters to you, then it matters to us.
Because when it really matters, hire Drew & Drew. Call 439-9406 or online at drewlawgroup.com.
Are you interested in a career in the culinary arts but can never afford the high cost of cooking school? Rend Lake College has a low-cost recipe for success. For as little as $5,500 per year, you can get a quality culinary arts education in your own backyard. That even includes books, tuition, class fees, and supplies. Learn to master domestic fare, pastry, and foreign cuisine in Ina, Illinois. Save thousands on a culinary arts education at Rend Lake College. For more information, log on to rlc.edu/culinary arts.
Tired of feeling just like another number at the big box store pharmacies? Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy takes the time to get to know patients on a first-name basis, understand your needs, explain medications, answer any questions you might have, and maintain a great relationship with your third-party insurance, Medicare, or Illinois Public Aid card. Really, it's the prompt professional service and free delivery in the Benton West City area that really set Kimmel Chaplin apart from all the others. Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy inside the Benton Medical Center on Bailey Lane.
Back to Benton Ranger Football on Q106.
Welcome back to Carterville. Glad to have you alongside with us tonight. Justin Wyant at my left tonight, and we're getting ready for Benton Ranger football action here on WQRL. Again, certainly thrilled to be back with you, thrilled to be back in the saddle for high school football, and excited about this Benton team. Some young players get a chance to step up. I'm particularly interested in seeing Clay Kelly. We've heard a lot about him. They say he's the fastest kid on the team, and I think he's a hard-nosed kid. So we really look for big things out of him this year.
Really, he wrestled bulls to the ground, so he's got zero excuses. If he gets tackled any less than a 5 or 6 yard gain, I'm going to be all over it. No, I'm just kidding. But he does wrestle steers, and that's going to come into play. That's wrestlers. They always say make great football players. And that's very true. And we should see things like that out of him tonight. You want to go through the keys of the game real quick?
Absolutely.
As I go through and think about things that Benton has to do to win this football game, they just got to play within themselves. If they play within themselves, it doesn't matter who you got where, and you execute, you should be fine. I think if you tackle, and you tackle well, and you team tackle against a good offense, you're going to be fine also. Win the turnover battle tonight. If you can do that on the road in any road game, you're going to put yourself in a chance to win the game. Keys of the game always brought to you by Heartland Office Supply. Heartland Office Supply has it all. Visit them online at heartlandofficesupply.com. Give the good folks at Heartland a call at 435-4264. That's Heartland Office Supply, located at 111 Lawrence Street in Benton. And, Jim, we are ready for a kickoff.
It is a short kick going to go and be fielded by the Rangers with the football and get to the outside and down to about the 33-yard line on that carry for Benton. It was Chase Owens, and he'll get down to about the 33-yard line where Benton will take possession. Glad to have you alongside tonight, Ranger Football here on WQRL. We'll look forward to seeing this Benton offense. So Benton takes over at its own 32-yard line. And it'll be Caleb Brock. I'm going to throw out a blanket apology for the entire year because I'll probably call him Cameron more than Caleb. He had an older brother, Cameron, who was an outstanding athlete at Benton High School, and we'll have to check that throughout the year. Caleb Brock from the shotgun. and Clay Kelly in the backfield is a single back. Here is a handoff to Kelly. Tries to get to the outside, turns the corner, and nothing doing. Loses about 3 yards on the play, back to the 28-yard line, so a loss of 4, as the Carterville defense did a good job of stringing that out and converging on Clay Kelly.
Yeah, exactly right. And they think Clay Kelly, if he can get him to the outside and turn him around the corner, they think he stands a good shot of breaking one at any moment. And that's what they're trying to do on play 1 right there. But he lost 4, so they'll regroup and try something else.
2nd down and 14 for the Rangers, just underway. Caleb Brock from the shotgun. Here's a little pass out to the flat to Torres. Mark Torres cuts back loose and gets back to about the 29-yard line. So only a gain of 1. And it's going to bring up 3rd and long for the Benton Rangers, and the Carterville defense swarming to the football right now.
Yeah, they look fast, they look physical, and they team tackle just like I said Benton needs to do. It's going to be a grinder here tonight for the Benton offense. They're just going to have to earn every yard they get.
Benton will send 4 wideouts, 2 each side. Clay Kelly will be the single back. Caleb Brock from the shotgun. We'll see what Benton does here on a 3rd down and 14. 3rd and 14. Here is Brock under pressure. Going to go down. Going to be sacked deep back near the 10-yard line. And, boy, the Carterville defense, the Benton offense, got nothing going on that offensive set as they start out at the 32. And the ball is going to be spotted after 3 plays all the way back to the 14-yard line.
Yeah.
And it's going to bring up 4th down in a punting situation. The key thing here, Justin, is that Carterville is going to come out of this with really good field position.
Yeah, Caleb had 0 time to throw the ball on that last play right there. He's got to get more time if we're going to make things happen. But, we kept the ball, no fumbles, now we're going to punt.
Austin Swalls deep for the Carterville Lions is going to be a knuckleball kick and then take a Carterville bounce, and Carterville is going to take over inside the 20. And that's not the way you want to draw up the opening game of the season.
3-yard punt. 3-yard punt.
That ball was a knuckleball that went up in the air, looked like a wounded duck, and then hit and took a Carterville bounce and bounced back about 10 yards. And the Rangers' defense is going to be tested here early. Carterville takes over 1st and 10 from the Benton 17-yard line. 16-yard line. A net 3-yard punt on that play. It will be Hicks from the shotgun for the Lions. Handoff up the middle, and pulling his way forward is Bazillion. Takes the ball down to the 11-yard line. You'll hear his name called a lot tonight. Braden Bazillion. He's a 6-foot, 204-pound running back for Carterville. We talked with some of the Carterville folks prior to the game here and made the comment it's going to be a north and south football team for Carterville this year. Here's Hicks. Going to throw the ball. Got a man out in the flats and incomplete. Incomplete pass intended receiver for Carterville was Bryce Schiff through his hands, and it brings up 3rd down and 5. 3rd and 5. Interesting call there on a 2nd and 5, Justin.
Well, they're just trying to open Benton's defense up a little bit so they can run up the middle on them. And you want the defense to be thinking pass. If you get the defense back on their heels and thinking pass, you're going to get huge chunks on the ground.
Here's Hicks from the shotgun. Handoff again. It's going to be a keeper by Hicks, and he's not going to get much. He gets to about the 7-yard line, and it will be 4th down. And we'll see where they finally spot the ball at. It'll be 4th down and about 1.5 yards, it looks like. 4th and 2, they say. 4th and 2. So it'll be an interesting call here as Carterville will go for it. Here's Bazillion, and I don't think he got it.
Ooh. Boy, if he did, that's huge. It's going to be close.
We'll see where they spot him at. Either going to be 1st down Rangers, or it'll be a 1st and goal for the Carterville Lions.
They're going to measure.
That close that they'll bring out the sticks and measure it here, so we'll see. We talked about this Benton defense. Benton brings back 8 players on defense, so I think the offense probably is not caught up with the defense just yet. But, Justin, you were talking, driving down, you'd rather have it like that.
Yes.
And the Rangers defense does the job. They hold, and Carterville does not get it. And that's a huge turnaround in that game, even though Benton will start out deep in its own territory, Justin. That's a good mark for the Benton defense to get this game rolling.
What a huge test right out of the gate for the Benton defense. Get the ball. Carterville gets the ball on their own 17-yard line, looking to score right out of the gates here, and Benton cooks up a huge stand and stops the huge running game of Carterville. That's big time right there. That's a momentum builder, and that's a confidence builder for this Benton team.
And the Rangers will take over with hard line, but the Benton defense did the job and held, and that gets points out of that. Rock will be from the shotgun. Handoff's going to be to Kelly. Kelly follows his blockers and takes it out to about the 10-yard line, so a pickup of about 3 yards for Clay Kelly. Kelly on a 3-yard carry will bring up second down and 7. 2nd and 7 for the Rangers. Glad you're with us from Carterville. Beautiful facility down here. And a thank you to the good folks here at Carterville for the fine hospitality. Again, the Rangers will stay in that single back offense. Here's going to be Clay Kelly again. Cuts back and pushes the pile forward. Maybe gets a yard, and it's going to bring up 3rd down and 6. 3rd and 6 for the Rangers.
You know what? 3rd and 6, I'd rather have that any day than 3rd and 17. That's manageable. You want to put yourself in a manageable situation on the road, deep, back up in the shadow of your own end zone. Now you got some things you can do.
Caleb Brock from the shotgun. Going to try and get it to Kelly to the outside. Kelly turns a corner and pushes forward down to about the 14-yard line. They're going to be short of the 1st down. Carterville does a good job stringing her, and Benton's going to have to punt it away. But the Rangers' defense held and got a little bit of distance between them and the goalpost, and we'll try and get a punt out of here maybe to back Carterville up a little bit. Austin Swalls will be deep for Carterville. He'll stand at the Benton 45-yard line, 43-yard line, and back to punt for Benton will be Jesse Van Orbeck. Flags all over the place, and we'll see what happened there. Flags come in quickly.
On Ben, so.
False start on the Rangers. Backs it up another 5 yards, and that'll make the task at hand a little bit more difficult. So far, the game has been played on the north end of the field. Carterville kicked off Benton deep in its own territory. Then the Benton defense held. Here's Van Orbeck from the, and this is going to give Carterville another chance inside the 20.
Wow.
And so far, the punting game has not been very good for the Benton Rangers.
No, he's had time on both of those to get the punt away. It just comes off his foot sideways both times. And, you know, I know it's tough. You're backed up in your own end zone here. Carterville's breathing down your neck. They're trying to block the punt. You just got to relax and get the punt away.
That punt, I think, again, is good for 3 yards. The ball's going to be spotted at the 17, and I believe he was out to the 14. So 2 punts and a net total of 6 yards on 2 punts. The Benton defense is going to have to do it again. Here's Bazillion trying to get to the outside, turns the corner, got some room, and he is going to take it in for the score.
Now coming back.
And a flag on the play. It might be a holding call. We'll wait and see. It is a hold on Carterville. The Rangers catch a break there as Bazillion turned the corner and got to the outside and scampered in, but a hold as he turned that corner. Braden Bazillion brings it back, and it'll be all for naught, and it'll be a penalty on Carterville. And they'll mark it off from the 15-yard line, and it'll back it up to the 26-yard line. So it'll be 1st down and 20 for the Lions. And again, Hicks from the shotgun. Back to throw. Looks, wings it out. Got a man caught. Nice catch out there by Swalls. Austin Swalls. Franklin County folks might remember his dad, Matt Swalls, was an outstanding multi sport athlete at Ziegler Royalton High School back in the mid-'80s. Played on one of those great basketball teams with Jimmy Mitchell. Made it to the sectional finals. Austin Swalls here at Carterville. Here's a handoff Bazillion. He cuts back and takes it inside the 10 down to about the 6-yard line. And we'll wait for the spot. It's going to bring up 3rd down and about 2.5. 3rd and a long 2 for the Carterville Lions here. And a Benton player down. We'll wait and see. Looks like it could be a cramp.
Looks like it's 66, Josh Goodwin.
And he's been a mainstay for Benton for a couple years now, so Goodwin down. But it looks like the area where they're working, it might be in that calf area. We expected we might see some cramping tonight, Justin, as warm as it's been, and temperature at game time was 90 degrees and heat index 93.
Yeah, it's bad when tonight is the coolest night we've had in about 10 days.
We're at the 6:15 mark of the first quarter. No score thus far in the game. The game has been played on the north end of the 50-yard line, from the north side of the 50-yard line here at Carterville Lions Field. And Justin, 8 minutes in on this one, or pardon me, 6 minutes in on this one, and your thoughts where we're at right now?
Well, it's hard to come up with something other than, we've stalled on offense. Our punting game hasn't looked real good. Carterville's ran every play inside the red zone and still haven't punched one in yet. So I'm optimistic in that part, being that our defense has been out there basically the whole game so far, and they haven't got one in yet. And when they're at a 3rd and 2, I'll be interested to see if they don't get this 3rd down conversion, will they go for it again, or will they try to get points on the board and kick the field goal? Goodwin is up now. He's walking off under his own power. I believe it's probably a cramp, maybe a little bit of a turned ankle, a tweaked ankle of some sort, but he is walking off, and I expect he'll probably be back later.
That's a good sign there that Josh Goodwin walking off under his own power. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down and 2. 3rd and a long 2 for the Carterville Lions. Ball spotted at the Benton 8-yard line. So Carterville threatening again here. This is their second trip inside the 10-yard line. Here's going to be a handoff. Nope. Keeper by Hicks picks up the 1st down. He faked the handoff to Bazillion, and the Benton defense bit and went after Bazillion, and Hicks keeps it and gets it to the 1st down. It's going to bring up 1st and goal.
Very nice-looking play-action play right there, just faking the handoff to Bazillion, who's been a workhorse, and just keeping yourself up the middle. 1st and goal. Here's going to be a handoff to Bazillion, and Hicks again.
Pardon me, Hicks. In on the touchdown is the quarterback. That is Blake Hicks. Takes it in from 4 yards out, and the Carterville Lions on the board first here, 6-0. 6-0 Carterville at the 5:52 mark.
Well, I mean, you just figured you're going to put your defense in that position constantly, over and over again. They're gonna give up a score sooner or later. It's really not their fault. There's 3 phases of this game. Special team happens to be one of them. You got to do them all well, and right now we're not doing the punting game first.
It will be the point after kick. Snap is good. Kick is good. But we've got a flag on the play. And we'll wait and see what the official call is on this.
Yeah, they're going to send Carterville back a little bit. They've got too many men on the field.
So they'll move it back 5 yards. Jeff Giffey is the kicker for Carterville.
If anybody's wondering if that 5 yards is going to make a difference, that extra point he just kicked was probably good for my 35.
So we'll back it up 5 yards, and Jeff Giffey will try it again. Blake Hicks will be the holder. And another flag, and I think Benton's going to give them that 5 yards right back. I believe the Rangers
in the neutral zone
jumped, and it will be 5 yards back the other direction, so we'll get right back to the original line of scrimmage. 6-0 Carterville. The Rangers have stalled on offense here, and I think the punting has been the big key. The Rangers have struggled there. 2 punts for a net total of 6 yards. Kick is up, and it is good, and it's 7-0. Carterville. 7-0 is our score. And Justin, we're at the midway point of quarter number 1 And it'll be interesting to see what the Rangers can do here with some decent field position. They were not backed up to their with in the shadow of their own goalpost, but certainly the punting situation is a concern right now. You can't continue to give any team, that kind of field position and expect to come out of it.
No, and you know what? I even hate to say this, but giving up a touchdown there is not the worst case scenario, because now, all right, you get to go over the sideline, you get to talk to your coaches, you get to regroup a little bit, you get to get a kickoff, try to get some positive yardage on that, put yourself in good field position, get out of the shadows of the goalpost a little bit. But, yeah, something's got to be done on the punting game. I don't know how you correct what has been going on. It was just 2 bad kicks off the side of the foot. I don't know if they have someone else maybe they could go to as an emergency type situation. I'm not giving up on our punter at all, but the field position's not been great for him. And I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's get the ball back right here and get something going in a positive manner for the team, and maybe they'll get some confidence.
Jesse Van Orbeck and Chase Owens deep for Benton. And again, it will be Jeff Giffey to kick off for Carterville. Here is the kick. It's
let it go out.
Going to hit and be fielded. And nice run back there about for Benton by, that was Jordan Kulik on the return. And Benton will take over at its own 33-yard line. So decent field position for the Rangers, and we'll see if the Rangers can get a little something going offensively right now. Carterville right now has kind of manhandled Benton on 2 offensive series. And the Rangers got themselves in a hole with a big quarterback sack as Rock was sacked deep in his own territory, and that set up the chain of events that has kept us on Benton on defense most of this first quarter.
Yeah, this is just going to be a learning experience for young Caleb Rock. You know, he doesn't have any experience at the varsity level. It's all been lower levels. I think once he gets some experience and you can't roll out on that or you're going to get sacked, maybe he learns from that and we do better here.
Here's Rock, hands off to Kelly. Clay cuts back, goes across the 35 out to about the 37-yard line, maybe the 38. So a pickup of about 5 yards that time. They're going to give him 4. It'll bring up 2nd and 6. 2nd and 6 for the Rangers. So a nice run that time by Kelly.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of this last drive. They quit trying to get outside. They went more tackle to tackle, and we were able to get 3-4 yards a chunk. If you just keep doing that, keep grinding a little bit, you'll be able to get yourself a good position.
Here's Caleb Rock. Handoff again goes to Kelly, and nothing doing there. That was Kulik, pardon me. That was Jordan Kulik, and nothing doing. He's dropped for a loss. Back to the original line of scrimmage, and it's going to bring up 3rd and 10. And the Rangers have dealt with 3rd and long throughout the evening.
Yeah, and the size of Carterville now is just, you can see it. It's evident. They're just bigger than us. We aren't able to explode off the ball and push back. We're just standing straight up, not creating many holes. And Kulik and Kelly are just, they're getting stopped at the line of scrimmage.
Here is Rock. Going to be a little reverse to Torres. Torres with some room to the 40, 45. Crosses midfield and going to get him out of bounds into Carterville territory down to the 47-yard line. Mark Torres takes it into Carterville territory, and boy, what an athlete Torres is.
He's just a plain man out there, and we said it last year as a sophomore. You can just look at him out there right now and know he's the best player on the field. Coach Claudefeller and the Ranger coaching crew, they know they got to get the ball in his hand some way, somehow. They pulled a little reverse right there, and they were able to get 13 good yards.
Torres is the kind of kid, when he touches the ball, he can make something happen. Here is Caleb Rock. Handoff Kulik, cuts back against the grain with yardage. Kulik down to the 40-yard line.
Here we go.
And he's near first down, going to be about 2 yards short, but a pickup of 8, and the Rangers got a little something cooking here.
Yeah, you spread the Carterville defense out a little bit with that reverse play right now, opens their eyes a little bit. Okay, we've got to move around. We've got to check other people out now. Now they're worried about Torres. Now we've got some weapons going here, and it opened up the middle just a little bit for Kulik he got 5 yards on that, or 8 yards on that play.
Rock again from the shotgun. Going to be Cameron on the keeper. Gets to the outside and challenges the defender. Gets it back out to about the 40. And it'll bring up a 3rd down. And going to be a 3rd down and 3. No gain on the play, so it's 3rd down. Big play coming up here, Justin. 3rd down and 3 from the Carterville 40-yard line.
Yeah, 3 is manageable. You've got to figure out a way right now. You've got to suck it up. You've got to keep this drive going. You've got to get something positive on this one. You've got to match what Carterville just put on the board somehow.
Caleb Caleb Rock in the shotgun. Here's going to be Clay Kelly, first down yardage. Clay Kelly runs hard and takes it out to about the 35-yard line. The Rangers grinding it out here. And a good hard-nosed run by Clay Kelly. Kept those legs moving, and first down yardage. The Rangers got something going here at the 3:05 mark. Benton trails 7-0, but threatening here with a 1st and 10 from the Carterville 35.
Yeah, since the Torres reverse, we've seen it. They've opened it up. Carterville's defense think it now.
Here is Kelly again, trying the left side. Under in pursuit, turns a corner, and goes out of bounds, and he's going to lose a couple yards. Going to take him back to about the 37-yard line. Going to be a loss of a couple. Carterville has done a good job, Justin, of stringing that play out onto the outside, and then converging and making the play.
Yeah, and you know, running backs got to learn. I know it's early, and we got young youth players on the field right now. They've got to learn, okay, there's nothing open. I'm going to cut this thing upfield. I'm going to get what I can get. Just don't run out of bounds and lose two.
Rock is in the shotgun. Kelly is the single back. Here's Caleb, going to roll to his right, looking to maybe throw it. No, he keeps it. Still on his feet, takes it down inside the 35 to about the 34-yard line. 34-yard line is the spot. And it's going to bring up a third down and 9. We'll call it 3rd and 9 for the Rangers, so big play coming up here.
Torres is on the field, and you know, you got to try to get to him somehow.
Here is Rock, back to throw. Looking, wings it out, partially hit, and over the head, intended receiver on that was Tyler Orr. And over his head, and it's going to bring up a 4th down and long. And where the ball's placed at, you got to think the Rangers are going to go for it here.
You got to think. Do you have a play in your playbook that gets you 11? If you do, we need it right here. I think you got to look at Torres. He's still on the field.
4th and 10. 4th and 10 for the Rangers here. We'll see what Ben can come up with. 2:02 remaining in the first quarter. Clock stopped on the incomplete pass. Here's Rock back to throw. Under pressure, wings it out. Got a man and over his head. Over his head, it was Cruz Hayes, was open down the field, and the ball sails over his head. It's going to be Benton turning it over on downs to Carterville. Carterville will take over 1st and 10 from its own 35-yard line. But I think, Justin, when you look at the bright spot there, the Rangers offense showed a little bit that on that particular series, and I think moved the ball pretty well, and maybe that's a start of things to come here tonight.
Yeah, and what the mistakes they did make on that drive were very correctable. Even just like that little pattern that Hayes ran, it looked like he cut it off a little short. Caleb was looking for him to go a little bit longer, more towards the post of the end zone, maybe just run directly to the post. It looked like he cut it in across the field a little bit quicker than Caleb wanted. That's just a new quarterback and the receiver trying to get on the same page. I think that's correctable, and they will correct it, and you'll see that play.
Hicks on the keeper for Carterville. Cuts back in and picks up pretty nice yardage out to about the 42-yard line. Pickup of about 7 yards for Blake Hicks. The quarterback, they're going to give him 8 yards on the carry, 2nd and 2, so a nice carry there out to the 42.
Yeah, Bazillion and Hicks, they run the ball, they run hard, they run downhill, and that's all you can ask for. It's just guys to execute plays. They're doing that.
3 wide outs far side. Here's Hicks from the shotgun. Low snap, hauls it in, looks to throw it, got a man coming down the field. It's going to be way over the head of Austin Swalls, and it'll bring up 3rd down. 3rd down and 3. Carterville felt like they had a down to waste there maybe, and went for the home run ball down the sideline. It was well over the head of Austin Swalls. And it'll bring up 3rd and 3. Maybe the Benton defense can rise to the occasion here and get a stop and get the ball back.
Yeah, this is a pretty good play right here, because if you stop them, they're probably going to punt, and then you're going to get decent field position. Not great, but decent. We haven't seen their punter yet. We don't know. He may shank one up the side of his foot. You never know.
Here's going to be a handoff. Hicks on the keeper. He's going to get down the sideline and finally out of bounds. He takes the handoff up the middle of Bazillion and then kept it and got to the outside. Blake Hicks pretty quick. He got to the outside, picked up yardage deep into Benton territory down to the 30-yard line. So a pickup on that play of about 28 yards. They'll spot him at the 31. We'll give him 27 on that carry from his own 42. And Carterville's got something going here, leading 7-0. Here is a keeper again by Hicks, and he takes it down to the 25-yard line. So a pickup of 6. And Hicks is a nice player. Pickup of 7, 2nd and 3, and Carterville threatening again. Here's Hicks to throw, wings it out, got a man through the hands.
Yep.
Austin Swall's wide open and couldn't haul that one in. He may have turned up the sideline and
he was looking to go before he had the ball, and he was looking to see who was getting ready to hit him when he turned around. And as a receiver, you've got to make the catch first. Just like if you're playing shortstop, you've got to field the ball first before you throw it first.
3rd down and 3. Hicks from the shotgun. Hand off keeper.
Yeah.
And down goes Hicks for a loss.
That's Cruz Hayes.
Cruz Hayes in on that, and he brings Hicks down and brings him down hard. That might be a candidate for our Wilkins auto body hard hit of the game.
Yeah, write it down right now. I believe it will be a candidate.
In the final 30 seconds, 20 seconds and counting here of the first quarter, and Carterville is going to let the clock run out, I believe, and we'll end our first quarter with a score of Carterville 7, Benton 0. Carterville facing a 4th down and 4 when we return to action. A loss of a couple on that last play. We have played 1 quarter of football here in Carterville. Our score, Carterville 7, Benton 0. Back to Carterville after these very important messages.
At Weeks in Benton, we can help you with your automotive purchasing needs with 7 brands of new vehicles: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Polaris, and Victory. Stop by and test drive one of these excellent new products or our large inventory of pre-owned. Our friendly sales staff has over 100 years of combined experience, which helps make your buying experience easy and comfortable. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town, but south on the price.
Whether you grew up in the country or in the middle of the big city, everyone can enjoy a flavor favorite at Subway restaurants with the chicken salad sandwich. A delicious combination of juicy chicken, chopped celery, and creamy mayonnaise, all served on your choice of freshly baked bread. We like ours with lettuce and tomatoes, but you can top yours with any veggies you want. Add chips and a drink, and you've got a great meal. So stop by today for our flavor favorite sub, the delicious chicken salad sandwich. Subway, eat fresh. Limited time only at participating locations.
Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Welcome back to Carterville with Justin Wyant. I'm Jim Muir. Glad to have you alongside with us tonight. We have played 1 quarter. We'll head into the second quarter. Carterville leading Benton 7-0 and threatening. They have coming up with faced with a 4th down and 4. So big play coming up here.
Yeah, big play for Benton's defense. They've played pretty well so far. They've been put in some bad field position. But so far, not bad. I mean, they've held their own out there. Of course, Bazillion and Hicks, they've gotten their yards, but, you know, it's that old cliche, the bend but don't break. They haven't really broken yet.
Hicks from the shotgun. Low snap, rolls to his right, going to throw it. Wings it over the top, and nice catch out there by Austin Swalls. 1st down yardage inside the 20. They'll spot him at about the 15-yard line, actually inside the 15 at about the 14. So a 1st down, and Cardinals threatening again here, leading it 7-0. That was a nice pass reception from Blake Hicks to Austin Swalls.
Yeah, just a little quick out by Swalls and was able to get the 1st down.
Here is Bazillion to the outside, cuts back in, challenges the defender, and he takes it down to about the 11-yard line, pickup of 3. Pickup of 3 yards. And what we heard about throughout the summer was that maybe the offense is not where the defense is at.
Yeah.
The defense has been tested here tonight, but they've been on the field much of the game. Here is a handoff and touchdown. Taking it in for the score is Blake Hicks on the score, his 2nd score of the night. Blake Hicks takes it in from 14 yards out, and Carterville leads at 13-0. Hicks with his 2nd touchdown of the night. He had a 4-yard run. That score comes at the 11-11 mark of the second quarter. Jeff Giffey will try the point after. And the Rangers find themselves down 2 scores here. Going to be a keeper by Hicks. He takes it in for the score. So the 2-point conversion is good, and the Rangers trail 15-0 here. We're just a little over 1 quarter in. So a rough start for the Benton Rangers in week 1 action as they trail 15-0 here early in the second quarter. We're less than a minute into the second quarter. 11-11 to go here before halftime. Justin, your thoughts where we're at right now?
You cannot come in here as a young offense and dig yourself a hole. And our defense has not played terrible. They've just been put in some bad spots. That was a pretty good drive right there by Carterville. But other than that, you can't get down by – I don't like being down 2 scores, but you definitely can't go down 3 and try to come back against the good defense that Carterville has. You have got to respond right here. I know these kids, they just got to settle down and start executing the plays to the best of their abilities. And they have ability. These kids they're good athletes. They've won at every level. They just have to come out here, execute, and move the ball a little bit. Just take a deep breath, move the ball a little bit, block the guy in front of you. And I still believe we're going to get back in this game. And, our offense has done nothing. But I think as the game goes on and they do something to give them some confidence, they got a little confidence last drive, I hope it carries over right here.
It will be Giffey who will have to ice his leg at halftime. He's kicked a lot here in the first quarter of this game. Here's going to be the kickoff. It will be fielded by the Rangers. That is Trey McDaniel. He takes it down to about the 32-yard line, flag on the play. Some scores from around the area while we wait for the officials to sort this out. Fairfield leads CZR 6-0 in the first. At the end of 1, Aaron leads Waterloo 7-0. El Dorado leads Sester-Valier 14-6. Those scores brought to you by All Stars and Stitches. They bring you our scoreboard here on Ranger Football. That penalty against Benton. Going to march it all the way back inside to the 20-yard line, to the 20. So Benton, again, will start out in difficult field position. All Stars and Stitches, they bring you our scoreboard here on Ranger Football. Give Big Dave a call and ask him about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. That's All Stars and Stitches, one of our fine sponsors here on Ranger Football. Benton backed up again into the 20-yard line. And Carterville leading at 15-0. And this is an important series. Rock, hands off, and nothing doing. Clay Kelly tried to turn the corner, and he's met and pushed back. And Clay Kelly's slow to get up, now finally on his feet. But he's pushed back to the 17-yard line, loss of 3. And the Carterville defense has pretty much had its way with Benton here in the early going. Benton mounted 1 series, but ran out of downs. Caleb Brock from the shotgun. Going to throw the ball, knocked and incomplete. Ball was tipped, I believe. Intended receiver was Torres. The ball was tipped. Torres got a hand on it but couldn't haul it in. It's 3rd and long, and Benton has been faced with 3rd and long, it seems like, throughout the entire game thus far. This is 3rd and 13 from deep in your own territory for a junior quarterback with no varsity experience. And Carterville will bring they'll bring the house here.
Oh, yes.
Clay Kelly is the single back. Benton sends wide outs both sides. Here is Rock under pressure and going to go down. Going to be sacked deep in his own territory inside the 10. And again, we talked about this being an important series for the Rangers. And you might say, hey, we're only early in the second quarter. But Benton, as Justin said, Benton down 2 scores. And now the offense completely unable to move the football. And they're going to be punting the football again from their own end zone. And so far in 2 punts tonight, Benton has had a net 6 yards in 2 punts.
Yeah. And if I'm receiving this punt right here for Carterville, I'll just go ahead and scoot way on up, make him kick it over my head.
Van Orbeck from the end zone. Here's the punt. A little bit better one that time. Going to be fielded.
Too short, though. Too low.
by Swalls, and he's got some room in front of him. He's going to finally go down and forced out of bounds, and here's a flag on the play.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and tackle him about 8 yards out of bounds, shove him down to the ground, go ahead and tack on some more at the end of that. They'll be in the red zone again.
Finally went out of bounds at about the 25-yard line. And more than likely going to be a late hit. I did see some Benton players come out of the pile clapping their hands. I'm not sure what that. We'll see. The officials, 5 of them, stand at the 25-yard line to discuss this. We're at the 9:30 mark of the second quarter. Benton down 15-0, and Carterville looking for some more. Yeah, I think they may have sorted it out. We'll wait and see.
Block in the back, Carterville.
The block in the back on Carterville is going to help the Rangers.
And a personal foul on Benton. So mark one off, do another one.
So we'll wait and see whether they finally decide to spot the football. It's going to be deep in Benton territory at the 23-yard line. So they didn't miss the red zone far, Justin.
No, they didn't. This is been hard to watch early in this game, Benton's offense and the special team. It's just been a little hard to watch.
And even though that punt had a little bit of distance to it, it was a line drive, which gave the gave the returner an opportunity to feel the ball and get a good head start on. The defense never got down there, and he had 20 yards for Benton.
He out-kicked his coverage team 20 yards. So.
Here's going to be a handoff. Blake Hicks is going to take it in for the score. Wow.
Unreal.
Blake Hicks on a 23-yard touchdown run scores his third touchdown of the night. And Carterville has laid one on the Rangers here early. 21-0 at the 9:26 mark of the second quarter. Wow. It'll be Giffey to kick the point after. They're going to go for 2. Here is Hicks, feels it, and takes it in. A 2-point conversion, and a flag on the play is going to be a hold call on Carterville as he turned the corner. Benton down 21-0. The 9:26 mark of the second quarter. It's been all Carterville here tonight. And Carterville's going to be pushed back, and they'll try it again.
Well, they figure they can just do whatever they want. So I would too. I'd go for it. They're going to kick.
This will be from the 30-yard line. This would be the equivalent of a 40, and is blocked. And on a bright spot, point after kick is blocked.
Bruce Hayes getting in there on that one too.
And the Rangers find themselves down 21-0 at the 9:25 mark. Disappointing start, game 1 here for the Rangers. Still lots of time left in this game. Benton needs to get on the board and cut into that 3-touchdown lead right now.
Yep.
9 minutes to go until halftime. I think you whittle away at it a little bit, maybe, Justin. Benton has shown a few flashes on offense.
Yeah, just start getting some positive movement with the football and offense. Hopefully something sticks. Hopefully something catches on, and they can find some, they can exploit something that maybe they see in Carterville. Right now we haven't really. I mean, up the middle, but 3-4 yards at a time, and now you're down 3 scores. You got to come up with something quick sooner or later. I just don't know if you can do that against this Carterville team. They are a veteran defense, and they are they're good. They're fast, they're big, they're strong, they fly to the ball, and they're just. I just hope we can get something positive quickly, or this could get out of hand very soon.
I've been very impressed with Blake Hicks.
Yeah,
and he's scored 3 touchdowns here in the early going, and Benton's defense has not had anything to counter him thus far.
I will say one little positive note in the top of the second in St. Louis. St. Louis leads Cubs 2-1.
Chester leads Hamilton County 15-0. Here's a short kick going to be fielded by the Rangers. That was Blaine Pankey, the freshman, on the return. Fielded that ball off the bounce, and Benton will take over at the 35-yard line.
Something I'm noticing on Carterville's kickoffs, he's kicking it over the first level and just dropping it down onto the turf. It almost looks like Benton thinks that ball's dead. There's nobody getting on it. Well, Blaine Pankey alertly jumps on the ball, and he got tackled as soon as he got to the ball, or that could have been another turnover.
Ball started at the 29. Rock from the shotgun. Here's going to be a handoff. Clay Kelly cuts back with some good. Oh, Clay Kelly breaks loose midfield. 40, 30,
no flag.
20. Touchdown, Clay Kelly. Clay Kelly takes it 71 yards, and the Rangers on the board, and nobody within 20 yards of Clay Kelly when he crossed the end line, 21-6. And we'd heard about the speed of Clay Kelly. He showed it right there, Justin.
Yeah, we're done hearing about it. We just witnessed it. He broke through the interior line of Carterville, and boom, he was gone quickly. Clay Kelly, the first scoring of the year for the 2014 Benton Ranger football team.
The Rangers get on the board, trail 21-6. And it will be Caleb Bishop, a transfer we understand from Harrisburg, will try the point after kick. Holding for Benton will be the freshman Hamilton Page. Snap is no good. Through the hands of Hamilton Page, picked up, and down goes Bishop. For the Rangers, the point after kick fails on a snap that went through the hands of Hamilton Page, and Benton on the board, though, 21-6, and maybe that'll be a little spark for the Rangers' defense here.
Yeah.
And
even though we went one play and touchdown, it didn't give our defense really that much to get over there and rest and think about it. Now they've got to get right back on the field, but we got a tiny bit of momentum going here. You know, I'm not 100% sold on the whole freshman holding the kick, holding the ball on the extra point kick. I know he's a great athlete. I watched him win a state championship in basketball, in junior high basketball last year. But you know what? This is a little bit different atmosphere. These are men out here coming at you, and you know what? I'm pretty sure he can handle it. You know, I just don't want that to come into play as the year develops.
El Dorado 20, Sesterville, Waltonville, Woodlawn 6. That's a second quarter score. 21-6 is our score here. 9:12 to go in the second. Boy, if the Rangers could hold and then get back on offense and whittle into that a little bit more, they could be right back in this game. We're a long way from waving the flag down here. 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. It's early, very early in this game. We've played 45 minutes, but it's still very, very early in the second quarter. Kicking off for Benton, it will be Jesse Van Orbeck. Van Orbeck waits for the official, and we're set to go. As Squibber up the middle of the field is going to gets by the Carterville player with the football now, number 20. That is Jake Turner, and he's brought down inside the 20. So Benton with a little squib kick, and Carterville had a difficult time trying to field it, and Benton pushes Carterville back now. They have difficult field position inside the 20.
Chase Owens and Nick Goffenette first in on the hit right there. And that was a good kick right there by Van Horbeck. Squibbed it up the middle, hit off of a Carterville hand, and then kind of squibbed back more towards their end zone. He was able to get it, and by that time Benton's kicking team was already there to swarm him. Now let's see if we can carry that over. Let's get some momentum on defense. Let's see if we can hold Hicks and Bazillion down here a little bit and get the ball back and score again.
Trying to corral Blake Hicks, I think, is going to be very key for Benton right now, as he scored 3 touchdowns here in the early going. all by the rush. Here is Hicks. Going to be
good.
A keeper, and he stopped and dropped for a loss back to the 15.
Yeah, that is Cruz Hayes. That is also going to be in on that. Josh Goodwin, who went out earlier, and it looks like he's going to stay down again, maybe cramping again. And I think Chase Owens again, or Nick Goffinette was in on that tackle as well.
The Rangers.
Yeah, it's a cramp. And Goodwin's upset. He can't get up. His leg's cramped up. He's mad. He's pounding on the turf.
They give him the line of scrimmage. It looked like to me he lost yardage on that. But the ball is spotted back at the 19-yard line, so it's 2nd down and 10. 2nd and 10. Goodwin's back up on his feet, and he's going to limp off the field. I think it's cramps is what is happening to Josh Goodwin. He's very frustrated. You can see him, his reaction as he walks. He does not want to leave the game. But it's 2nd down and 10. Benton did a really good job that time, Justin, of keying on Hicks Hicks has done a great job of hiding the football.
Yeah, you got to key on him because right now he's looking like he's the workhorse, and you got to key on Bazillion. Other than that, they haven't shown anything else.
Here is handoff to Bazillion to the outside. He's held up, and he's going to be dropped again, maybe for at the line of scrimmage. As I'm not sure what player it was for Benton. I think it
Torres,
was.
I think, had the jersey.
Somebody had the jersey and held him up till he could get help coming in. But in any event, it's 3rd down now. Benton defense has done a really nice job here on these first 2 plays. Boy, if Benton could get a stop here and force Carterville to punt it.
Yeah, it almost looks like we got a little bit of momentum here. It looks like Carterville's offense is scrambling a little bit.
Hicks from the shotgun. Looks going to throw it. Wings it out and caught.
Flag.
Caught.
We got a hold.
By Swalls, but it's going to come back. Flag on the play. And we'll wait and see. But as Justin said, it's thrown in the area where you expect it to be.
Oh, hang on a minute. I think Benton hit the quarterback in the head on the pass, and I think they're going to give a 15-yarder in that pass play to Carterville. Yeah.
And Carterville's saying, they've got the ball, and it's going to be 1st and 10. And now we're going to tack on Moore on the end of that play. What a big play that was.
Yeah, it was a personal foul, hit high. As Hicks released the ball, somebody went high on him, got him in the helmet, and that's going to draw you a 15-yarder every time.
And that's going to push the ball all the way out near midfield. And, boy, the Rangers had Carterville backed up to the 19-yard line with a 3rd down and 10. And Carterville's going to come out of this at midfield with a 1st and 10. That's a huge play right there for Carterville. And add on the 15 yards after the first down pass reception. Hicks from the shotgun. Bazillion is the single back. Here's going to be Hicks up the middle with room and brought down. And the official goes down, too.
That's the 2nd time Hicks has ran right at the umpire, and he takes his fall. Last time was down on the goal line. Hicks was able to fall into the end zone after hitting the official, but this time the official almost made the solo tackle. I'm going to write it down right now, official.
Pickup of 9, and go back to that 3rd down and 10 play, and that looms as a very big play in this game right now. Rangers had him backed up and couldn't hold him, and Carterville now threatening again. Here is Hicks back to throw. Got a man. Intercepted. Clay Kelly.
He's down right
and
there.
He'll go down at the 30-yard line, but Clay Kelly with the interception. So a big play on offense and a big play on defense now by Clay Kelly, and the Rangers get the football back still with 7:05 to play here in the 2nd quarter.
Okay, we've seen what he can do on the offensive side. We've seen what he can do on the defensive side. He's someone to be reckoned with in this game. Now that's going to open up a little bit of everything else for Benton, I believe, on their offensive stand here. Can somebody else step up and get a big run or a big reception? We're yet to find out, but I think it's going to open it up for them just a little bit.
The Rangers down 21-6, but with the football and still lots of time left here in the 2nd quarter. Rock from the shotgun. Kelly is the single back. Here is Kelly. Nowhere to go. Dances through the line and picks up.
Got back to the line, it looks like.
They say no gain on the play. It'll be 2nd and 10. That looked like it might have even been a busted play. He danced around there, nowhere to go, and kind of tried to squirt through the line and picked up back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
2nd and 10.
It looked like the timing between the snap of the football back to Caleb Brock into the shotgun and the timing of which Clay Kelly was able to get the handoff was just a little bit off.
Brock from the shotgun.
Uh-oh.
Gets it to Torres and nothing doing. Torres dropped for a 5-yard loss back to the 25-yard line. So it's going to bring up 3rd and long. And we seem like we have said that an awful lot tonight. 3rd and long for the Rangers.
Yeah, I think one time, pretty soon, you got to just drop Caleb back, let him throw it up to Mark Torres. He's 6'3" and about 210, 215. He's built like a Division I football player. Let him go up and get the football over someone and quit trying to do these reverses to sideline. I think if you do that, you're going to have success.
Then they'll send 3 wideouts to the near side, 1 far side. Single back and a ball is hit and incomplete. Ball was tipped and incomplete, and it'll bring up 4th down. The Rangers can't muster anything on offense on that particular series. I want to remind you that our touchdown, the Ranger touchdown, that 79-yard touchdown run by Clay Kelly, brought to you by Edward Jones, located 112 North DuQuoin Street in Benton. Call financial advisor Tim Millenbein, 618-438-8690 for all your investment needs, or visit online at edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC. It will be Van Orbeck back at the 15. And he booms this one.
A lot better this time.
And going to be Swalls all the way back to the 25-yard line. And here's Swalls. Gets to the outside, still on his feet, cuts back, and takes it down across midfield into Benton territory. And a flag is thrown on the Benton coaching staff. That'll be a 15-yarder.
Now, there's a couple officials out here who have, I think they've won the award for the longest flag throw in their career, and that was one that was on the Benton sideline right there.
That flag traveled. It traveled a good 20 feet through the air. He threw it at the coach.
Yeah, he's known for that. Score in from a buddy of mine, 14-6, AJ over West Frankfort, first quarter.
That scoring update brought to you by All Stars and Stitches. Call Big Dave and ask about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. That's All Stars and Stitches, 435-5555. Rangers trail here 21-6. So the Rangers bench has picked up another unsportsmanlike conduct call flag. So by the time they mark this all off, these guys are throwing flags like some basketball referees throw out technical fouls, aren't they, Justin?
No comment. Anyway, the thing is this. Your team is fighting, they're scratching to try to get back in the game. You can't do that if you're coaching staff. You can't add on 15, 20, 30. It looks like they've marked. We've got 2 now.
Yeah,
so they just give them 30 more yards, and now we are. They're right on the door of getting into the end zone again and making it another 3-touchdown lead.
That takes it from the 50-yard line all the way down to the 18-yard line. Wow.
Yeah. Keep your cool and help your team win the game. This is not helping.
So Carterville threatening again, leading it 21-6. Fumble on the play, and the Rangers have it. The Rangers dodge a bullet as Carterville coughs it up, and boy, did that come at an opportune time.
Yes, it did, and we have got to make something out of this turnover right here. We've got a long field to go. The ball's going to be placed near 20-yard line. Looks like the 19. So you've got 81 yards to get there, but you've got plenty of time, 5 minutes and 22 seconds. If you can somehow manage to get on the board before halftime, you're only 1 score down going into the locker room. You got to feel pretty good about that. A lot of work to do still to make that happen, but I think it's possible. We've seen Clay Kelly's explosiveness, and it can happen at any moment.
21-6 is the score, and Carterville looked like they were threatening to go in again and go up by 3 scores. They cough up the football. Benton has it at their own 19-yard line. Here is Rock. Low snap. He hauls it in. Back to throw. Wings it out and caught.
See there?
Caught by Torres. Torres might go. Torres is going to go. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown mark. Torres. And a flag on the play.
Yeah, by the same official on the same side.
Unbelievable.
Let's see what we got.
And it's going to be a hold on Benton.
Unbelievable.
All you can do is absolutely just to smile and go on, but unbelievable. That's one of those holding calls that is on the other side of the field away from the play that has nothing whatsoever to do with the play. The play coming down the near sideline, the flag is thrown on the far sideline, so nothing whatsoever to do that changed the course of that play. But it's a holding call, and it'll all come back.
Well, not only that, the play went like this. Snap, 1001, 1002, ball in the air, touchdown.
Yeah.
How much of a holding could there have been?
Yeah. Unbelievable. And they're going to mark it back off, and this will push the Rangers farther back. That was an 81-yard touchdown pass completion.
But what I was saying, get your athletes out in space, roll the ball north and south, not east and west, and look what you can do with it. Holding or not, we can do it.
This will push Benton back to the 9-yard line. That was an 81-yard touchdown pass play that was called back.
Yeah. And all he did was just go up over the top of the cornerback right there, Mark Torres, and just snatched it right out of his hands and ran the rest of the way. There was no doubt.
And it'll be Caleb Rock from the shotgun, deep in his own territory. He stands back at the 3-yard line. Here's going to be Clay Kelly. Tries to cut back, nowhere to go, takes it back out to about the 10-yard line, and another flag coming in from the same official.
And it was about 15 minutes late.
No gain on the play, and another flag.
Oh,
personal foul on Carterville.
Well, he wants to give us 15 of that 81, and we just lost.
Yeah. So Benton will move the football out to the 23-yard line. And it'll be first down for Benton. Pardon me, 2nd and 5 for Benton. 2nd and 5, and the ball is spotted at the 23. Rangers still with time. 5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Benton with a chance to cut it to a 1-score before halftime. Here's Rock from the shotgun. Hand off to Kelly, and he gets it out to about the 25-yard line. Pickup of a couple. And it'll bring up 3rd down and 3. 3rd and 3 for the Rangers. All for that 81-yard touchdown back.
Yeah. 4.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time.
Be sure to stay with us for Drake's Jewelry halftime show coming your way. In 4.5 minutes, the Rangers trying to cut into a 15-point Carterville lead, 21-6. Again, Rock from the shotgun. And Benton may take a timeout here. We'll wait and see. And they do.
Surprised we didn't get a flag on that.
Benton will take a timeout. And they'll be faced with a 3rd down and 4 with the ball spotted on the 25-yard line. 3rd and 4. Heron up 21-0 on Waterloo. Heron is a team to be reckoned with this year. Keep in mind they are the favorite in the Ohio. Fairfield all over CZR 28-0. Most people believe Fairfield is going to be in the hunt. Mount Carmel and Harrisburg scoreless with 8:52 left in the first quarter. Game started at 7:30, so that's a late start at Harrisburg. Also, some other scores from around the area. We'll try and catch you up on scores as we move along. It is AJ 14, West Frankfort 6 with 4:25 to go in the first. Also, Carbondale 7, Murphy 6. That's a first quarter score. Champaign Central 14, Marion 7. That's a second quarter score. 15-0 Chester over Hamilton County after 1. Last we heard, Cardinals up 2-0 on the Cubs. That's
2-1, easy now.
2-1 is the score, pardon me. And those scores brought to you by our friends at All Stars and Stitches, Big Dave Severin. I want you to give him a call and ask him about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. That's All Stars and Stitches, located at 418 East Main Street in Benton. You know that number, 435-5555. Third and 4 for the Rangers. Big play coming up here. Rock from the shotgun, and
Timeout, Benton.
another timeout. Another timeout. And we'll wait again. This timeout brought to you by FCD Ray & Sons Insurance, where they have served your insurance needs for 101 years. That's FCD Ray & Sons Insurance. Give them a call and ask about home, auto, life insurance. That's FCD Ray & Sons Insurance. Long-time sponsor here on Benton Ranger Athletics. Interesting call there on that, Justin, as the Rangers burn up back-to-back timeouts here at the 5-minute mark.
I'm curious to know why, and I'm just going to take a stab in the dark here and say that Coach Jeremy Clawfelder wanted to get the offense out there and see what the defense lined up in. And of course, we've had Spike Bunton, and before that we had Tyler Leffler, and you really wouldn't have to call a timeout right there because those kids there could, with the veteran leadership that they had, they could have read what was going on and maybe changed something or other. But with a new quarterback, first game under the lights here, and it's not even halftime yet, I think Jeremy wanted to see what the defense was lining up in, and maybe he's going to change a couple things over there.
Rangers down 21-6 here with 5 minutes to go in this first half of play. Again, Benton will line up in the shotgun. Caleb Rock and Kelly is a single back. Here's going to be a reverse. Torres cuts back. Torres still on his feet, pushes his way forward, but not going to get the first down.
It's going to be close, but he's going to be about a half yard short.
It's going to bring up a 4th down.
I think you go for it. You gave him this field position all night anyway. Why not go for it? Try to get a half yard. Clay Kelly busts it right up the middle. Maybe he can break one.
We'll wait for the measurement to come out. It's going to be 4th down and a half yard. And we'll see what the Rangers do here.
The offense is still on the field. They've called 2 timeouts already. So either they're going to take a timeout right here, or they're just going to go for it.
And we'll see. Benton will go for it. There's going to be a handoff. Kelly, and he gets through the line and gets the first down. Gutsy call by the Benton coaching staff, but I think you've got to do that right there, Justin. I think you have to try and make something happen there and keep this drive alive.
Yeah, I think you got a little momentum right here. You've stopped their offense from scoring a couple times after the big play by Clay Kelly. You can throw the ball up top to Torres if you need to. I think he can score over any quarterback in Southern Illinois. I just think you give your quarterback a little bit of time and he can make things happen.
Here's Caleb Rock. Going to be another flag. And I believe it would be illegal motion on the Rangers.
Yep.
And that'll push it back 5 yards.
3 minutes to go here in the first half. Benton trails 21-6 still. Not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination. They have a young offense on the field right now, learning on the fly, and doing a pretty decent job against a pretty good defense.
It'll bring up first down and 15. 1st and 15. There's still 2:45 to go. Benton needs a score here to get back within 6. Here's Rock back to throw. Under pressure, still on his feet, gets it out, got a man open.
Come on, baby.
Here's Cruz Hayes down the sideline. Cruz still on his feet, deep into Carterville territory.
Oh, yeah.
All the way down to the 25-yard line. Big Cruz Hayes takes it down.
Good.
And that is a 40-yard pickup, 45-yard pickup for Cruz Hayes on that pass reception. And just like Justin Wyant said, get the ball to your athletes out in space and let them make something happen.
Let me say this. Caleb Rock was getting ready to go down 2-3 times. He was able to squirt away and find his receiver in the flats wide open.
Here is Rock. Handoff's going to be to Kelly. Kelly running hard, turns the corner, stays on his feet, and takes it down to about
got a yard.
the 24-yard line, where it's going to be 2nd down and 9. 2nd and 9.
2 minutes to go. Benton knocking on the door here to finally get their second score. They're going to hurry a little bit.
1:55 and counting. 2nd down and 10 for the Rangers. And the ball spotted at the Carterville 25-yard line. Rock from the shotgun. Here's going to be a reverse to Torres and nothing doing.
Yeah, they've got that play sniffed out.
Torres down for a loss of 5. And that'll make it a 3rd down and 15. But more importantly, the clock drops down under 90 seconds.
Yeah, clock not a huge issue here. You do have one timeout. You're on your own 30-yard line. You're trying to punch one in here. You got 1 minute, 12 seconds to go. You just want to call the right play and execute right here. If you execute, you got plenty of time.
Rock back to throw. Under pressure, wings it out over the middle. Got Torres. He catches it. Inside. Torres still on his feet down to the 10-yard line. Great play there by Mark Torres. He showed some athletic ability there. Clock stops at 56 seconds while they move the chains, and the Rangers are threatening here. This has been a gallant effort by this Benton team. They look like they maybe were out of the picture in this game.
Let's go back to the 81-yard touchdown that we brought back. All that does is, you brought it back, but guess what that does? That gives your junior quarterback a little bit of confidence. It gives your junior receiver a little bit of confidence. Okay, I can hang with these boys. Now they're showing it, and they're getting positive yards. We're going to score again right here.
Rock from the shotgun. Kelly is the single back. Here's going to be Clay Kelly.
Get outside.
Kelly tries to turn the corner and stays on his feet.
Fumble. Cruz Hayes jumped on it.
Loose ball. Cruz on top of it. And it will be...
Timeout then.
Benton will use a timeout. And they have 1 left.
That should be their final one if they call that right there.
34 seconds remaining. The Rangers trying to push one in here. And, boy, this would be a huge score if Benton could get one in here.
Yeah, I think you got time right here with the 35 seconds on the clock. I think you got time for maybe a running play. And if you don't get in, you hurry back to the line of scrimmage, and then you got to have 2 plays called right now when you go to the sideline. You may have time for 1 running play, hurry back up to the line of scrimmage, okay, run your pass play, maybe Torres over the middle, hit him in the end and Lions in the end zone, and you got a touchdown. Or maybe they don't mess around. They go for it right here. They can run 2 or 3 pass plays, but it is 2nd down. It's 4-down territory, obviously. But you got some options here. The clock's still not a huge issue. Yeah, you don't have any timeouts, but there's still options.
We've got a lot of scores to bring your way later on during our halftime report brought to you by Drake's Jewelry. The Rangers are threatening here, though, down 21-6, and I think you got to give, if nothing else, you got to give the Rangers an awful lot of credit, Justin, here in this first half for showing some resiliency, and I think just plain old guts.
Absolutely. There was a time when you could have, as a Benton football team, you could have hung your head a little bit. You could have packed it in for the night, and you could have went home and got ready for Sparta next week. But they haven't done that. They're constantly fighting. These kids are winners. They've won at every level. They're here competing tonight, and they don't want to go home without giving it their best shot. And right now we're seeing that. We need to punch this ball in right here. 12 yards to go on 2nd down, 34.8 seconds.
Benton can change the complexion of this game completely right here. Rock from the shotgun. Caleb on the keeper. Caleb may score. Caleb challenges it and goes. We're waiting on the official.
Oh, I thought he got it with the extra push.
And Benton can't stop the clock. Benton's going to have to spike it and throw it out of bounds.
3rd and 1 still. It's not a first, is it? No, it's still 3rd down.
14 seconds. Caleb Rock can't get in, and Benton's not going to score.
Get up, boys. 7 seconds.
Benton is not going to score here.
Golly.
Benton is not going to get in. The Rangers got to the goal line
and I thought he got
and couldn't get the call from the official, and the Rangers will not score, but Benton drove it down the field, and Jeremy Claudfelder might get kicked out of this game.
I thought he got that ball over the goal line on that final push. The officials all ran in. Nobody would give the signal. I just think somebody was looking for somebody else to make the signal. Nobody would have the guts enough to do it, and now 41-6 halftime.
Wow, the Rangers had a chance, and we'll wait and see if Travis has got hooked up with, he's trying to get connected with Coach Drust first down in the end zone. We'll see if Travis, are you ready? Coach Drust a few yards away. We're waiting on Travis. He's going to try and get a word in with Coach Drust as he leaves the field. Travis Severin, take it away.
All right, Jim, thanks so much. It's halftime here with the head coach of the Carterville Lions, Dennis Drust. Coach, first game of the year. You're up 21-6 at the half. You dodged a big bullet there at the half.
Well, we did. Defense came up big. I think they were trying to spike the ball to kill the clock, to run the play from the 6-inch line, and luckily our kids were ready and made a play. But, we gave away 2 great scoring opportunities. We had the ball in great field position twice and threw an interception and put the ball on the ground and fumbled and recovered it. It's a typical Carterville Benton game week 1. It's going to be a battle down to the end.
How happy are you with the way Hicks has played with the 3 touchdowns so far as your junior quarterback?
He's done a good job. We just got to get Bazillion in the flow as well. And, we can't be one-dimensional. We got to have 2 back there. And we make some big plays when we need to, but he's done a good job running offense.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
You heard him there. He did a good job on the offense, guys. If you look here at the half, 21-6, Carterville leads. But, boy, they dodged a huge bullet, guys. Rangers had to use a couple timeouts. That play where we went for it on 4th down there to keep that one drive going. Comes back big with no timeouts left, and you stop, about the half-yard line, guys?
They said 6-inch line. And, here's the thing, Travis, again, the 81-yard touchdown is called back. And then the Rangers stall out on the 6-inch line and can't get the ball in the end zone in the final seconds out of timeout. So it looks like even though Benton, I thought, showed a gutsy performance to come back and make it very interesting in the first half.
And they did. Clay Kelly's playing huge, guys. He gets the long touchdown run. He's got an interception. I like what they did. I had a really good view on the play where Rock gets hammered, guys, and still completes the pass to Hayes, where he rumbled for about 50 yards. That was huge. To stay in there as the quarterback, he's starting to get his feet underneath him, and I think he's going to be fine. But, hey, we talked about the pregame show. This is a lot first for a lot of kids tonight playing varsity football, and you're on the road. You're going against a good Carterville team. But they've got to find a way to figure out the push that the fullback and the offensive line for Carterville is getting, because Hicks has had a lot of room. We've got the 3 touchdowns at halftime, but the Rangers are hanging in there. And just down 2 touchdowns, hopefully they can keep up the momentum and make a run here in the second half.
Great job, Travis. And
thanks, Jim.
Our halftime.
Ben's Lawn Service, located at 605 North Main in Benton, brings you our halftime coaches report. Ben's Lawn Service is your exclusive Skag Power Equipment dealer in Southern Illinois. For more than 30 years, Skag Power Equipment has manufactured simply the best commercial riding, stand-on, and walk behind mowers that money can buy. If you're looking for the best built, highest quality, best cutting commercial mower, stop by Ben's Lawn Service, 605 North Main in Benton, or give them a call, 435-5296. Guys, back to you for the halftime show.
Thanks so much, Travis, and we'll have a word from Coach Jeremy Claudefelder at the end of our halftime report. We're at halftime. It's going to be brought to you by Drake's Jewelry. Drake's Jewelry, located 1204 Public Square, is your hometown jewelry store. Regardless of the occasion, Drake's Jewelry is the place to go for that special gift for that special person. Drake's Jewelry, your hometown jewelry store located on the east side of the Benton Public Square. Visit them online. You can shop online at drakes-jewelry.com. That's Drake's Jewelry, your hometown jewelry store. They bring you our halftime report here on Benton Ranger Football. Rangers trail 21-6. Let's get a 3-minute break in. 3 minutes, then we'll come back to Carterville for more of exciting Benton Ranger football action here on WQRL.
We're looking to expand our business.
So we went to U.S. Bank for some financial solutions.
Luckily, they had the 19-employee, location-expanding, future vending machine-owning business package.
They kind of invented it for us.
U.S. Bank offers custom financial solutions for your business, from startup to expansion and beyond. Visit your local branch today. U.S. Bank, all of us serving you. Subject to normal credit approval and program guidelines. Some restrictions and fees may apply. See your banker for more information. Deposit products offered by U.S. Bank, National Association, member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When it's time to make sure your teeth are in healthy condition, call Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton to schedule your appointment or your child's appointment. Regular cleaning and checkups are part of maintaining your teeth for a comfortable, healthy smile. And if you're looking to brighten your smile, Dr. Simpson offers whitening too. When your teeth need cleaning, filling, crowns, bridge work, whitening, and more, call Dr. Simpson to make an appointment. 439-4364. That's 439-4364 for Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton.
Everyone has a lunch special, but what's special about it? At Mr. D's, you get great food at the best price, like the burger combo. A hearty, tasty burger, fries, and a drink for only $4.39. That's right, less than $5 for a full meal. Now that's special. Mr. D's has all of your favorites, from chicken strips with gravy to chili dogs to savory barbecue, even a tilapia fish sandwich. Wash it down with your favorite drink like a blueberry Mountain Dew or a milkshake or ice-cold Pepsi. Try an ice cream cone for dessert. Mr. D's Drive-In on North Main, Benton.
You need a law firm who is willing to go and fight for you, whether you're in a divorce, accused of a crime, or if you've been injured in an accident.
I'm Brian Drew. My brother Jason and I's law firm was built on and continues to be run on fighting for our clients. We'll fight for you all the way through trial, be it in front of a judge or jury, whatever it takes. From Cairo to Effingham, from river to river, we're here for you. No case is too big, no case is too small. If it matters to you, then it matters to us.
Because when it really matters, hire Drew and Drew. Call 439-9406 or online at drewlawgroup.com.
Dig in with full contact coal miner training at Red Lake College. Learn in our new 20,000 square feet coal mine training center. Use real equipment like continuous miners and power sitters, and check out the new mine rescue and fire safety training tunnel. Associate degree and occupational certificates available.
We're full contact, hands-on coal mining. Real equipment, real live, all the time.
What are you waiting for? Call 618-437-5321 and get started.
Rock bottom prices and speedy delivery. That's Jesse Drew Rocket Material. Decorative landscaping, driveway rock, topsoil, sand, mulch, or lime. Jesse Drew Rocket Material has what you need to turn your yard into a place where you can relax and be the envy of your neighbors. Jesse Drew Rocket Material also spreads dirt and mulch with their Bobcats so you don't have to. Transform your yard or drive into something you've always imagined. Call Jesse Drew Rocket Material at 927-7857. 927-7857.
Back to Benton Ranger Football on Q106.
Welcome back to Carterville. Our halftime report being brought to you by Drake's Jewelry. With 3 designer bridal lines, Drake's Jewelry is where Southern Illinois gets engaged. Featuring romance, La Vie, Drake's Jewelry has more than 250 affordable styles to choose from. Stop by and visit Drake's Jewelry on the east side of Benton Public Square. You can shop online at drakes-jewelry.com. That's Drake's Jewelry. They bring you our halftime report here on Benton Ranger Football. Justin Wyant alongside, and Justin, 21-6, and you might think, well, this game is kind of a blowout of sorts, but very exciting first half. Rangers with an 81-yard touchdown called back, and the first half ends with Benton on the 6-yard line. Looked like they got over 6-inch line. Looked like they got in from our vantage point, that Benton out of timeouts and couldn't get the final playoff to try and get it in. So a very exciting first half, and the Rangers, I think, showed some character, and I think maybe grew up a little bit in the first half.
It's funny you say that, because how can you grow up in one quarter? Well, you did, and they did. They did it right before our eyes. It was a tale of 2 quarters there in the first half. The first quarter, 2 bad punts, net 6 yards. We give them offense inside the red zone, their own red zone, 2 times in a row. They only get 1 score out of it. Hicks and Bazillion, though, they ran well in the first half, but they haven't done anything spectacular. Benton's defense has been okay for the amount of bad field position they've been put in. You know, just want to go over some stats real quick here at the half. We'll start with the visiting Benton Rangers here. Our leading rusher, of course, is going to be 13 carries. Clay Kelly, he has 88 yards with that 171-yard touchdown being the big one. Kulik came in, got 2 carries, got 5 yards. Torres has got 6 yards, 4 carries, a lot of reverses action. And after the first one he had for 13 yards, Carterville's really keyed on him in that. Rock, you know, he's steady. He's not going to turn it over too much on you. He runs the offense well. He's carried the ball when he's had to. I thought he got in on that play down there on the goal line. I thought he reached over when the Carterville kid hit him from behind. I thought he reached the ball over at the very last second. Couldn't get the call on that. I think he's built a lot of confidence. I think the second half will be a different story for the Benton offense. I think they have some confidence, even though they didn't score. I think they got a little bit of momentum going into the locker room, even though they're still down 2 scores. He's connected with Torres twice for 21 yards. And of course, we had the 81-yarder called back on the old 45 yards away from the play. Hayes has 1 catch for 45 yards, and that's where Caleb scrambled. He got hit a couple times, and I threw it sidearm Brett Favre style out to the sideline, and Hayes was wide open. So we got 66 total yards up through the air. Kulik has 88 on the ground, and that's basically our offense. Moving over to Carterville. Hicks has 10 rushes for 97 yards, but he's got 3 big touchdowns, 1, 4, 14, and 5 yards. Bazillion, 4 carries, 14 yards, just steady. Hicks throwing the ball. He's completed 3. He's incompleted 3. Everything's been towards Swall's area, big number 88 for Carterville. He has 3 receptions for 33 yards. So nothing spectacular. They just have great field position. I think if our offense can come out and move the ball like we did in the second quarter and maybe get Carterville back on their heels a little bit and get them out of their red zone and start drives, I think we'll be fine.
You know, Justin, you look at this game and you can kind of pick it apart a little bit when you look at the fact that Benton gave up 1 score on the great field position on the punting problems they had early on. They set up Carterville inside the 20 twice. One of those resulted in a score, and then you take away the score that Benton got called back, take away the one Benton can't get in late. This game is not nearly as lopsided as maybe that 2-touchdown score appears at halftime. And I think, too, one of the points you made was really a good point in the first half. This Benton team has got some athletes. Clay Kelly, anytime he touches the football, he's got the potential to break it for a touchdown. Yep. The same thing with Torres. Big Cruz Hayes catches the football, and he's hard to bring down when he gets ahead of speed up. So I think this team is going to, and what you said, too, they did grow up in that first half. You could see Caleb Brock, a totally different player, and then late in the second quarter than he was when this game started.
Yeah, you could tell his demeanor as he started completing some passes. Okay, he got that one call back, so what? His chest started to pump out a little bit. His head was up a little bit higher. He wasn't slouching his shoulders. He wasn't looking for someone else to make a play. You could tell he wanted to be the man right there. And I don't care if you're a junior. I don't care if you're 9 years old. If your coach puts you back there to be the quarterback, you have to be almost arrogant. You have to be almost arrogant, know that you are going to make the big play. Your teammates need to look in your eyes and know that you have the confidence to do this. And I believe in that second quarter, he got that. Once he started completing some passes, the middle started opening up. Clay Kelly hit the big run for 71 yards. The confidence on everybody. You could see it. And I think they will carry that over. Can Benton's defense hold Carterville where they are at? We've given up 21 already. Can we score more than that? If we're going to score 22, we can't give up any more, so our defense has to come out and play well.
Look at some other scores around the area. Lots of football being played tonight, and we'll catch you up on some of those scores right now. At halftime, Fairfield 34, CZR 7. Also, in the second half, probably second quarter, late in the second quarter, AJ 14, West Frankfort 12. So the Redbirds are hanging tough there at Harrisburg. With 2:25 left in the first quarter, Mount Carmel leads Harrisburg 15-0. That game started at 7:30. Also, it is Heron over Waterloo 21-0. Nashville 16, Carlisle 14. That's a halftime score. Also, we have made connection with Travis. Okay, he is connected with Coach Jeremy Claudefelder. Travis, go right ahead.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. I'm down here with Coach Claudefelder. Coach at the half, 21-6. You get ready to start the third quarter. Sound like a pretty rowdy crew in there. How'd the halftime go?
Well, I mean, I think we just made some adjustments, talked about some things we were getting, some things we want to accomplish, and, that score down at the end we didn't get. That was painful, and then the call back on the touchdown, which I knew that was coming after the deal on the sidelines and the controversy down there, but it is what it is. The score, the not getting a score down there at the end. That's on everybody. That's on the staff. That's on our kids. That's not good football. We didn't handle it very well down there in the moment.
How important is it to regroup after that and get everybody refocused and come out and play 24 minutes of football?
Oh, that's just what we talked about. We told them let's go out and play 24 minutes the first half and come back and we'll talk about it and come back out and play the final 24 minutes. And right now we talked to them in the locker room about getting a stop here, being disciplined in the special team phase, trying to get the ball back, 3 and out, get a takeaway defensively, go down and score, and you'll have a quarter and a half to go win the game.
It seemed like you settled down there after a few drives with Rock, and he played a lot better, had a really nice completion. I know one got called back, but he seems to kind of get in a little bit of a groove.
Yeah, he missed some throws, or at least some big ones. We had some guys open on that we would have been huge, but didn't. He just missed him. And let's not forget, this is his first outing, and we're gonna have to go with him.
Kelly showed up, huh?
Amen. Good cut back on the zone, and we're gonna need some more of it tonight.
Thanks, Jeremy. That's head coach of the Benton Rangers there, Coach Jeremy Klotfelder, as he gives his mom a big hug. Guys, there's still 24 minutes of football left, and this is big. You're on the road. This is a big test. You got to come out and stop. You got to stop Hicks. He's been the man to stop so far.
Absolutely, 3 touchdowns for Blake Hicks in that first half. But we watched this Benton team, Travis. And I thought the Rangers showed some great improvement just from the beginning of the game to the halftime intermission.
Well, I think they definitely did. They played a lot better. I think they realized too that if Hicks isn't going to run it, Swalls 88 is man to go to. And I know I was listening to Coach Pankey and the guys talking to secondary. I know they're playing a zone, but they kind of almost go into a little bit of a man with. I can't think of our point guard's last name, Daniel, on him because they were just going to Swallows a bunch, and Kelly kind of read the one. He picked the ball off. So hopefully the defense is going to correct some things, and, the offense got it going a little bit. Let's hope they can come out here and make something happen in the second half. But it should be a fun one. 24 minutes left. It'd be fun. And I'm getting ready to head back on the road, and let me tell you real quickly that Ben's Lawn Service, 605 North Main Street in Benton, brings you the halftime coach's report. Ben's Lawn Service is your exclusive Skag Power Equipment dealer in Southern Illinois. For more than 30 years, Skag Power Equipment has manufactured simply the best commercial riding, stand-on, and walk-behind mowers that money can buy. If you're looking for the best built, highest quality, best cutting commercial mower, stop by Ben's, 605 North Main in Benton, or give them a call, 435-5296. That's Ben's Lawn Service. They bring you our coach's halftime report here on Benton Ranger Football. Q106, guys, I'm leaving it with you, and I'll be talking to you a little bit later.
Look forward to it on the 5th quarter. Travis, great job here tonight. We really appreciate your work down on the sidelines. Adds a lot to our broadcast. Thank you much.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Go get him, Wyant and Muir. You guys are the bearded bunch.
That is Travis Severin.
Travis, listen, I got one thing to say. As you're driving home, remember, Illinois is hands-free. Put the phone down and concentrate on the road.
We will listen. We will hear Travis a little later. He'll anchor the 5th quarter coming to you from the WQRL studio on North Main Street, and Justin and I will join in and join him on that program. We'll have all the scores from around the area. And speaking of some of those scores tonight, lots of high school football going on. We'll catch you up on some of those scores. Certainly, Fairfield laying one on CZR 34-7 at halftime. Also, Cesar-Valier down big to El Dorado at halftime. West Frankfort hanging tough with AJ, 14-7. That's late in the second quarter. Chester 22, Hamilton County 0, and all those scores brought to you by All Stars and Stitches, 418 East Main Street in Benton. Give Big Dave a call and ask about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. That's All Stars and Stitches. They bring you our scoreboard here on Ranger Football, and our halftime report again brought to you by Drake's Jewelry, where you can shop online at drakes-jewelry.com. That's drakes-jewelry.com. Stop by and check out the place where Southern Illinois gets engaged, where they feature Romance and LaVie. Drake's Jewelry has more than 250 affordable styles to choose from. That's Drake's Jewelry, 1204 Public Square in Benton. Let's get another break in. We'll come back and get you set for second half action. Back to Carterville after these very important messages.
Hi, I'm Travis Severin, sales manager for U.S. Bank Home Mortgage in Southern Illinois. We all know how important it is in football to have great coverage in your secondary, and we feel the same with U.S. Bank Home Mortgage. In Southern Illinois, if you're buying your first home or anything in between, we've got you covered. If you live in Southern Illinois, our team has you covered with Becky Clifton in Centralia, Karen Pelker in Mount Vernon, Nani Moore in Benton, and Kathy Lober and Carla Grant in Marion. With the variety of loan programs we offer, coverage is our specialty. U.S. Bank Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When it's time to make sure your teeth are in healthy condition, call Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton to schedule your appointment or your child's appointment. Regular cleaning and checkups are part of maintaining your teeth for a comfortable, healthy smile. And if you're looking to brighten your smile, Dr. Simpson offers whitening too. When your teeth need cleaning, filling, crowns, bridge work, whitening, and more, call Dr. Simpson to make an appointment. 439-4364. That's 439-4364 for Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton.
Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Jesse Van Orbeck set to tee it up for Benton here to begin second half play. And Justin, how important is this defensive stand right here for the Benton Rangers?
It is very, very important. It's probably going to be the most important stand of the night. And we've said it the last couple years, maybe 3 out of the last 4 years coming out of this game. There's some season-changing plays that happened in this game. And what I'm trying to say is we always look back to a couple plays in the Carterville game and say, man, if we'd have done this or that, or man, I'm glad we did that night because we come out there with a win, put ourselves in a good spot. This game's important down the road in trying to get into the playoffs and trying to get your team confidence in going on throughout the season. We talked earlier, if we can get this one in tonight, and we're on the radio, so we can look ahead a little bit. We've got a Sparta team that's down a little, and we've got a Pinckneyville team that nobody really knows anything about, could be down a little bit. So if you can come out of here with a win, you might be going into Heron at 3-0, and that's really what you need to do. But yeah, this defensive stand right now, we're going to look back on in a few weeks and say, man, I wish we'd have got a stand right there coming out of the half and put ourselves in position to win that game.
They finally retrieve a football and give it to Van Orbeck, who's been standing there waiting on it for several minutes, and we're ready to go. Deep for Carterville is Blake Vaughn. Van Orbeck is set, and we are underway in the second half. There's a squib kick up the middle and fielded by one of the upbacks, and he'll go down at about the 42-yard line where Carterville will take over.
I don't know if those are planned squib kicks or not. It kind of looks like they are. It looks like he's trying to hit the ground, bounce it up over the second level on the coverage team of the Carterville Lions there and try to just buy yourself some time to get down there and make a tackle other than kick it deep and risk a long touchdown run back. But it's working out so far. The lineman actually picked that one up, so it worked out good for us. They just got pretty decent field position out of it.
It will be interesting to see what the Benton defense does here. Here is a handoff to Bazillion. Takes it across midfield down to the 49-yard line. They're going to spot him at the 50. A pickup of near first down yardage for Braden Bazillion.
Bazillion's a pretty stout little running back at
6 foot 204.
Yeah, 6 foot 204 senior, so he's been around. He knows what to do.
Here's Bazillion again. He gets near first down yardage, across midfield into Benton territory. Carterville leads at 21-6. The Rangers had a 81-yard touchdown pass completion called back, and Benton stalled out at the end of the first half on the 6-inch line out of timeout. So clearly this game, not as lopsided as a 21-6 score would indicate. Here's Bazillion. Yep. They're going to try and run it right up the guts. What their plan is he's carried the ball 3 straight times, and he's marched it down the field down to the 41-yard line.
Yeah, he's getting 5-6 yards a pop right now. And one thing you need to look out for here through the Benton defense is the little fake handoff keeper by Hicks. It's worked out a couple times. Once you start keying on one player, he'll just keep it go to the outside. You got to watch that here.
Here is Hicks. Here is Bazillion again. And again, just bulls over people down to the 34-yard line. And Struss talked to Travis Severin as he was leaving the field and talked about he didn't like the fact that his team was one-dimensional with Blake Hicks getting the majority of the carries, and they've came out and tried to establish a ground game with Braden Bazillion, and he is responding.
Yeah, but don't let it fool you. Hicks will keep one of these and go.
There it is right there. Hicks on the carry, gets to the outside, may score, turns the corner, 10-5, touchdown, Hicks, no flags on the play, and Blake Hicks takes it in for the touchdown.
I'm just going to throw this out there, and I know it means nothing right now, but there was a block back right there.
And it will be Carterville to try the point after kick. That was a 34-yard touchdown run by Blake Hicks. Carterville goes up 27-6. The Rangers have got themselves in a hole early, and certainly have had to play from behind throughout the night, but it's been a poorly officiated game. Here is Hicks. Low snap. He's going to keep it, and he's not going to get in. Hicks will not get in, and Carterville will go back up by that 3-touchdown score. They went up in this game 21-0 at the 9:26 mark of the second. Benton was able to get on the board on a 79-yard touchdown run by Clay Kelly, but Carterville comes out, and in the first 90 seconds of this third quarter, they establish a ground game behind Braden Bazillion, and as Justin Wyant said a couple of different times, don't be lulled to sleep by Braden Bazillion running it up the gut. They're going to watch Hicks on the keeper, and he did, and he turned it into a 34-yard touchdown run.
All that is that little fear thing. Even Benton runs that sometimes where Hicks is going to put the ball in the stomach of Bazillion, but he's never going to let go of it. His eyes are up on the defense the whole time. As soon as he sees that defensive end crash and key on Bazillion, he pulls the ball back out of the stomach, a big number 44, and he takes it right outside and goes 34 yards for a touchdown to give the Lions a 27-6 lead.
AJ 20, West Frankfort 20. So the Redbirds hanging tough down in Union County tonight. The score brought to you by All Stars and Stitches. Stop by and see Big Dave. Ask him about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. Give him a call, 435-5555. It will be Giffey. He booms one, and it's going to be fielded by Chase Owens. Chase cuts back to the middle of the field and gets it down to about the 37-yard line where Benton will take possession. And the Rangers down 27-6.
We spoke about how important that defensive stand was, if you call it that, and so far Carterville come out with more intensity. Now, as an offense, you got to carry over what you left on the field in that second quarter and try to build on that. If you're don't worry about the score right now. You just have to build on what you're doing, try to get better each and every play, and if you do that, you will have a chance in the end. If you go 3 and out, punt, and you look up next time, it's going to be 34-6.
And if there's a silver lining in that score by Carterville, it's the fact that it took 90 seconds, and there's still lots of time left in this game. We're at the 10-minute mark of the third. Been an uphill fight for the Rangers all night long, and another flag.
Well, that's on Benton.
Delay of game on the Rangers. And that'll push it back 5 more yards. And it pushes it back to the 32. It's first down now and 15. Caleb Brock from the shotgun. And off, go back to, probably gets it to Kelly. Kelly tries to turn the corner, maybe gets back up. A couple of those yards that were lost is going to bring up second down and 13. Second and 13.
Kelly's a little bit slow getting up. Official stops the clock.
So Clay Kelly is still down, it appears. This timeout brought to you by SCD Ray. We have taken care of your insurance needs since 1911. Regardless if it's health, life, personal, or business insurance, SCD Ray will provide service, quality, and commitment. Stop by and visit John D. Aiken or Bob Ray, or give them a call, 439-7557. That's SCD Ray and Sons Insurance, serving Southern Illinois' insurance needs for 103 years. Clay Kelly still down, and we'll wait until we've had a lot of cramping going on tonight, this 90-degree temperature at game time. Chester leads Hamilton County 28-0 in the third. Try and get you some other scores as we move along. Our friend Shane Dial, who's doing games now down in McCracken County. He sends us a score. McCracken County 17, Mayfield 7. Always good to hear from Shane. West Frankfort and AJ 20-20, so the Redbirds hanging tough with AJ. Aaron up 21-0 on Waterloo. All those scores brought to you by All Stars and Stitches. Give Big Dave a call and ask about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. 435-5555. And we're about set to go again. It will be in the backfield for Benton. Jordan Kulik.
Yep.
Kulik replaces Kelly. And Caleb Brock from the shotgun. Low snap, going to throw it. Back to throw.
Wide open.
Got a man, going to be caught. Caught and down for the Rangers. What a great catch by Cole Richardson. He hauls that one in, and Benton's got something going inside the 30. Caleb Brock with a nice strike there to Cole Richardson. Into Carterville territory, down to the 20. They're going to spot him right on the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 Rangers. Still 9.5 to play. Benton has shown the ability for a big play tonight, Justin.
Yeah, they have. They can get guys deep. They've got the athletes to do it. You just got to give Caleb a little bit of time to throw the ball. He's got a good arm. Let's see what he can do.
Here is Rock under pressure. Goes over the middle to Cruz Hayes, and Cruz back to the line of scrimmage. And Caleb Brock was very lucky to get rid of that ball. He was under heavy pressure coming in.
Yeah, but he's got good footwork back there. He never stops his feet. He's very elusive, and he's going to buy himself a little time on plays like that.
Benton gets back to the line of scrimmage. It's 2nd down, and Torres being carried off the field.
And that's a cramp.
Torres has been nursing a little bit of a groin injury this week, too, in practice, and he was kind of questionable. Game-time decision, so we'll wait and see if he returns.
We have to mention how he got carried off the field. 2 Carterville defenders pick him up and carry him all the way over to the bench.
That's quite a nice gesture. They're glad to have him off the field, probably.
Well, sure. We'll help him off the field, maybe
Yeah.
Torres, you get on over here and sit down for a while.
And it's going to be, again, Caleb Brock from the shotgun. Then turns the outside to Kulik, and he's going to maybe pick up a yard. We'll wait and see where they spot him at. But it's going to bring up 3rd down for the Rangers. Jordan Kulik on the carry. And it's going to bring up 3rd down. And 9. 3rd and 9 from the 29.
So 2nd down marker across the field. It's 3rd and 9.
3rd and 9. So Benton, you got to believe, he's got 2 pops at it here. Yeah. They're in 4-down territory. Benton has to get to the 20-yard line.
That's that official's job over there to make sure that down marker gets turned over. And did not happen.
Clock running, 8:40 to go. Lots of time left in this game. And Rock back to throw. Looks got a lot of time, gets rid of it, and not much doing there. Good pursuit there by Carterville. Just a little pass out into the flat. That was caught by Cruz Hayes, and he's hit immediately. And it's going to bring up 4th down and 9. 4th and 9 for the Rangers. Ball spotted at the 29. Benton has to get to the 20. West Frankfort AJ tied 20-20 at halftime. The Rangers need a big play here, or they're going to turn over on downs. 4th and 9. Rock back to throw. Wings it out. Got a man open over the middle. 1st down. And down is, get a number for you on that.
McDaniel.
That is McDaniel. Trey McDaniel. Takes it down inside the, going to spot him at the 10-yard line, Trey McDaniel.
Caleb Brock has 5 straight completions, so he's building some confidence.
And the Rangers threatening with a 1st and 10 from the 10. They can actually get a 1st down at about the half-yard line. Here's going to be Kulik. Kulik cuts back in, takes it for a couple yards. We'll wait and see where the official spot is at. Gets it inside the 10 down to about the 9-yard line. Second down and 9 for the Rangers. Benton can get a first down without getting a touchdown. Here's Kulik. Cuts back against the grain, still pushing down near the 5. And we'll wait for the spot. They're going to be inside the 5. It's going to bring up third down. The Rangers dug a hole early with probably some first game jitters.
Yeah.
Kids in new position. We talked about that extensively in our pregame. Lots of new kids in lots of new positions this year. The punting game struggled early. Gave Carterville great field position, a touchdown call back, a stalled out play. But Benton threatening. 3rd and 5. Here is Kulik. Cuts back and nothing done. Hit hard and drove back, and we'll wait and see. It's going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, and they're still working on big Mark Torres over there on the sideline, so we're not going to have him on this big 4th down play. And this would be a time right now where you send your big right receiver maybe over the middle, get him in the corner of the end zone somewhere, and let him throw it up there. Mason Childers back about 3 years ago. Just throw him up the ball. He'll go get it any way he can. All he did was score touchdowns for the Benton Rangers. We need a guy like that right now to step up.
4th down and 7. 4th and 7. Benton can get a first down without getting a touchdown. Here is Rock. Rolls to his left. Looks, wings it out for the end zone, and interference. They're going to call.
Yeah. Interference in the end zone. We're going to have it on the 1-yard line, first down.
Yeah, they're going to call it. They're saying it was intercepted. We'll wait and see.
Well, intercepted with his interference first.
Did he call the interference? I never did see the. Okay, the flag was out. Okay. So Benton will get a 1st and 10.
From the 1.
At the 1. So Benton catches a break.
You need a law firm who is willing to go and fight for you, whether you're in a divorce, accused of a crime, or if you've been injured in an accident.
I'm Brian Drew. My brother Jason and I's law firm was built on and continues to be run on fighting for our clients. We'll fight for you all the way through trial, be it in front of a judge or jury, whatever it takes. From Cairo to Effingham, from river to river, we're here for you. No case is too big, no case is too small. If it matters to you, then it matters to us.
Because when it really matters, hire Drew and Drew. Call 439-9406 or online at drewlawgroup.com.
Hey, this is Big Dave at All Stars and Stitches, located in Benton, Illinois. We provide screen printing, embroidery, banners, signs, plaques, trophies, and awards.
Hey, this is Coach Aaron. If you need screen printing, embroidery, plaques, or trophies, give the big man, Big Dave, a call at All Stars and Stitches in Benton, Illinois. 435-555-555.
Again, All Stars and Stitches. Our hours are Monday through Friday from 10 to 6 and Saturdays from 10 to 3. By the way, what was that phone number again?
435-555-555.
Tired of feeling just like another number at the big box store pharmacies? Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy takes the time to get to know patients on a first-name basis, understand your needs, explain medications, answer any questions you might have, and maintain a great relationship with your third-party insurance, Medicare, or Illinois Public Aid card. Really, it's the prompt professional service and free delivery in the Benton West City area that really set Kimmel Chaplin apart from all the others. Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy, inside the Benton Medical Center on Bailey Lane.
Back to Benton Ranger Football on Q106.
Well, welcome back, and we got good news and bad news. The good news is they haven't ran a play since we've been gone because the officials can't figure out what to do. Now they're saying 4th down.
I don't know what the heck is going on here. How can you have pass
now
interference?
Carterville wants a timeout, so it's going to be 4th down for the Rangers, and the ball spotted at the 3-yard line. I'm totally confused on what took place there. We'll find out, try and find out, but the ball was an interference call in the end zone, and we thought it would be Benton football at the 1-yard line. And after a long conference by the officials, they spot the ball for some reason, at the 4-yard line, and it's going to be 4th down. So Justin is going to try and get some type of a understanding on what's taking place there, but Benton will be faced with a 4th down and 3. They can get a first down without getting a touchdown.
Here's what I got. They're telling the coaches across the way from us, the Benton coaches, that a pass interference in the end zone is not a first down anymore. So I guess we get to do it over or something. I don't know. That's a new one on me.
So Benton has a 4th down at the 4-yard line, and it will be a do-or-die situation for Benton at the 4. Benton can get a first down without getting a touchdown. It's actually going to be a 4th and 3 for Benton.
Yeah. It's almost like Carterville has 13 men on the field, if you know what I'm talking about.
That's an unusual call there on an interference call in the end zone. We'll have to find out if they've changed that rule or if exactly what's taking place there. But clearly the Rangers have not gotten any breaks here tonight.
Why would you change the rule?
Yeah.
I don't get that. Yeah, well, we don't want you to score any points. We're going to take it off again.
So Benton with a big play coming up here. 4th down and 3 for a first down. 4th and 4 for a touchdown. Benton can get a first down without getting a touchdown.
So it's a spot foul this year, not an automatic first down. My referee and buddy Brad Wilson.
Here is Clay Kelly, pushes forward and didn't get in.
Unbelievable.
And the Rangers, again, inside the 5.
Is that Kelly on that? Was he back in?
Yeah. And Benton can't get in. They get it down just shy of the first down. The ball is spotted inside the 2. So, again, Benton comes up. That ball is just inches away from a first down. So Benton will turn it over on downs again, and you wonder how many times this Benton defense can come back out on the field after the offense.
Well,
he stalled out at the 1-yard line, stalled out the 6-inch line, and had one call back tonight. So it's been a difficult night for Benton in many aspects. Although Benton, I think, has played better of late than they did in the early going.
I think they played better since about middle of the second quarter.
Here's going to be a carry by Hicks, and he's going to push it out to about the 4-yard line. Rangers used up a lot of time, about 5.5 minutes on that drive that stalled out the 1-yard line, just inches short of a first down.
Well, I'll apologize. When I'm wrong, I'll apologize. I'm wrong. I had a referee and friend of mine text me and said, yeah, that's not a first down anymore. That is a spot foul. And I apologize. I was wrong, so, hey, it won't be the first time.
After 3 quarters, Fairfield 47, CZR 7. Carterville with a 2nd down and 8 coming up. A Benton player down with a cramp.
Yeah. Good one again, I believe.
He has battled that throughout the night. This is about the 3rd cramp. Third time he stopped play for the cramp for Josh Goodwin. Trying to keep you updated on scores. El Dorado 44, Cesar-Valera, Waltonville, Woodlawn 22.
Who was Fairfield playing tonight?
Fairfield is playing CZR.
They're up 47-7 in third. They'll have spot.
We have a delayed game here for an injured player. That's Josh Goodwin. He's finally back to his feet, and he has struggled with the cramps all night long. This pause in the action brought to you by SCD Ray & Sons. They've taken care of your insurance needs since 1911. Regardless if it's health, life, personal, or business insurance, SCD Ray will provide service, quality, and commitment. Stop by and visit John D. Aiken or Bob Ray. Give them a call, 439-7557. Been an interesting and a somewhat odd game here tonight at Carterville. The Rangers, despite the fact they're down 27-6, you feel like they've been in a game with them. Just they have drove the ball to the 6-inch line, drove the ball to the 1-yard line, had a touchdown, 81-yard touchdown call back. So here's a low snap hauled in by Hicks, and he takes it out to about the 10-yard line.
All right.
He's going to be short of the first down. He's going to bring up a 3rd down and 2. Big play coming up here.
We keep saying that. We keep saying it's a big play, and people will probably listen and say, man, it's 27-6. This game might be supposed to be over. But we have outplayed them, and it's frustrating when you've outplayed a team, and then all of a sudden you look up the scoreboard, and it's 27-6, and you're thinking, man.
Here is Bazillion, and he busts through the middle of the line, picks up big yardage out to the 38-yard line, 1st and 10 carry for big Bazillion.
Big 28-yard gain that time.
Braden Bazillion, 6 foot, 204 pounds. He bulled through the line and then got a little real estate in front of him and picked up yardage all the way out to the 37-yard line. So it'll be Carterville 1st and 10. And the ball spotted at the 38-yard line. Hicks from the shotgun, handoff to Bazillion. Rolls across the middle of the line, takes it beyond the 40 to the 41. 2nd down and 8. Give him a couple on that play. Under 4 minutes here in the third. Rangers down 27-6. Carterville jumped out to a 21-0 lead, and both teams have scored 6 points since then. Here is Hicks on a keeper, pushes his way near midfield to the 48-yard line, and very near 1st down yardage for Hicks. Be sure and stay with us for our 5th quarter program. Comes your way immediately following Benton football. Be sure and stay with us also for our coaches report with Benton coach Jeremy Claudio. That'll be brought to you by Skibo Family Eye Care. Post-game show brought to you by our friends at Jesse Drew Rock and Material. 3:20 to play in the third. Benton down 20-6, and Carterville near midfield. Here's going to be Hicks, and he's going to be dropped for a loss. Be pushed back to about the 40. We'll wait for the spot. They're going to give him the line of scrimmage, it looks like. Somehow he came out of that with 2 yards. Looked like he was hitting the backfield.
Yeah. He's a pretty good runner, and we've said that all night long, and he keeps grinding it out, doing what his team needs to do right here, running the clock, too. 2nd down and 8. 2nd and 8. Carterville's going to try and keep it in the middle of the field and run that clock. Here is Bazillion. Pushes his way forward across midfield to the Benton 47-yard line. And it'll bring up 3rd down and 5. 3rd and 5 for Carterville. Benton down 27-6 with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the third quarter. Hicks from the shotgun. Bazillion is the single back. Here's going to be Hicks on the keeper. Breaks through the line, cuts back, may score. 15, 1 man to beat. Cut, reverses field, and takes it in. 47-yard touchdown run by Hicks. Blake Hicks scores his 4th touchdown of the night. And Carterville blows this one open. 33-6 is our score with 1:55 to go in the third quarter. 33-6. A 47-yard touchdown run by Blake Hicks. He reminds you just a little bit of Spike Bunton. A little bit, yeah.
Built about the same, kind of elusive, and then when he needs a burst of speed, he's got one. It will be Giffey to try the point after kick. It is up, and it is good. 34-6. Carterville leads this one 34-6. So the Rangers stall out on the 1-yard line, and Carterville answers with a long drive. And they take it 99 yards and go up by a score of 34-6. And the Carterville offense right now just too much for the Benton defense, Justin.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know what? That's a sign of a good team right there. you got a team down a little bit, you got a chance to stick the nail in the coffin, and you do it. That's just a sign of a good team. You know what? I don't fault Benton's defense at all right there, other than the fact that they maybe hung their heads a little bit when they didn't get that score in there, and they came out a little lackluster, for lack of a better term, right there. And it's just, they're frustrated. They're all young, mostly juniors out there right now, and they're just getting a tail whipped on both sides of the ball.
34-6 as Carterville set to kick off. It will be Jeff Giffey kick things off tonight, or here at the 3-minute, probably 1:55 mark of the third. Benton down by a bunch, 34-6.
I'm just going to go back to this pass interference in the end zone one more time. If that rule is correct, where it's just a spot foul and a do-over, if you're beat on defense, why not just interfere every time then?
Right.
And just give another, if the team's on the 10-yard line and they're trying to score and it's fourth down, why not just, if you think you're going to get beat on defense, just grab the guy and take him down. Just give Benton another chance on the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't think so either.
Cubs just tied the Cardinals on Better News, 2-2 in the seventh.
Better News?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Depends on what color you're wearing that, whether it's Better News. Here is McDaniel. Cuts back in and goes down at about the 23-yard line. The Rangers trail by a bunch, 34-6. This one's got away. It was 21-6 at the halftime, but Carterville has answered with a couple scores here in the third. And the Rangers trail 34-6. El Dorado 44, Cesarville, Waltonville, Woodlawn 22. And Benton will take over at its own 23-yard line. 34-6. Rangers down. And Caleb Brock with 4 wideouts, empty backfield. Back to throw. Wings it out and gets it to McDaniel, and he'll take it to about the 25, maybe pick up of a couple. And this will bring up 2nd and 9. I think when you try and focus on the positive out of this, Benton's got some big play potential in Mark Torres and in Clay Kelly. Cruz Hayes got loose and rambled down the sideline for a score that was called, or for a big play, a big gainer. Torres scored a touchdown. It was called back. Kelly got a 74-yard touchdown run. So there's some big play potential out there. Caleb Brock has played much better as the game went on. So certainly here's a pass out to Cole Richardson. And he is hit hard, pops right back up. Take it to about the 27-yard line. It's going to bring up 3rd down long. 3rd and 7 for the Rangers. And just trying those little east-west passes right now is not getting much accomplished. 2 completions for a total of about 4 yards.
Daniel's going out now, probably a cramp.
Daniel will head for the sideline. The Rangers at home next Friday night to face the Sparta Bulldogs. 7 p.m. kickoff. We're on the air at 6:30 at the friendly confines, Tabor Field. Look forward to that. Chase Owens back in the game for Benton. And again, Rangers will send 4 wideouts. Single back is Kulik. Here is Rock flushed out of the pocket. Let's go of it, and
got to be pass interference there. He grabbed it. Well, there it is, right there.
Finally
45 yards across the
Yeah.
field. I appreciate that flag.
Yeah, the official on this side won't throw the flag, and the one across the way, who's on the sideline across the field, does throw the flag. And that will give the Rangers first down yardage. An odd game. Opening season game. Benton has been close.
I'm not sure what we called there.
Wow, what are we doing? I guess that was a do-over kick.
That was against Benton.
What?
Somehow Benton is...
Oh, goodness. That was an obvious pass interference right there. I don't know what...
brings up fourth down. It was against Benton, and Carterville declined it. I don't know what happened there. Benton's going to have to punt it away. Van Orbeck. And it'll be fielded there and down by Chase Owens. And Carterville will take over in good field position. I didn't see that play at all. On the penalty, I don't know what happened there. In any event, Carterville declines it, and Benton has to punt it away. Carterville will take over, and we still have 1:40 to go in the third. 34-6. Been a long game. We're 2 hours into this, and we still have a fourth quarter to go. Carterville takes over at its own 42-yard line. Here is Hicks. On the keeper, gets to the outside. He may score again. He's going to score. Blake Hicks.
What a game.
Takes it in from 53 yards out. That is his fifth touchdown of the night. Is that correct?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is.
Fifth touchdown of the night for Blake Hicks, and Carterville is laying the thumping on the Rangers, 40-6. 40-6 is the score.
234 yards on the ground.
Wow.
Hicks.
And Jeff Giffey will try to point after kick. Disappointing outing for the Rangers here in game one. 40-6, Benton down. Benton's lone score of the night came on a 79-yard touchdown run by Clay Kelly. Here's the snap, the hold, no good, kick up, no good. And it'll be Carterville with a 40-6 lead here with 40 seconds remaining. In the third quarter, Carterville has tacked on, it was a 21-6 halftime score. Carterville's added on 19 points here in the third quarter and put this one away. 40-6 is the score.
There's about a small handful of things Carterville hasn't done right tonight. That one right there was one of them. Nobody blocked anybody on that extra point. It looked like they had 11 guys laying on the football.
Looking for a score. Murfreesboro 28, Carbondale 7. That is after 3. So Murphy, we heard a lot of good things about Murphy throughout the summer, and they are beating Carbondale 28-7. Mount Carmel leads Harrisburg 27-0. That's at halftime. El Dorado 44, Cecilville, Waltonville, Woodlawn 22. That's a halftime score. And here at Carterville, 40-6 is the score with 40 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Rangers taking a good old-fashioned butt whooping here in Carterville tonight. Here's Jeff Giffey. Kicks this one away and booms it. He fielded at the 5-yard line. And Benton will be down back at the 10-yard line. And so Benton takes over deep in its own territory, which has been the case most of the night.
Well, we have 12 more minutes. Hopefully we can get out of here healthy. No serious injuries. I know we got a lot of cramping going on, but that's not real serious. A lot of liquids. Get that fixed real quick. Let's get out of here without getting hurt, and let's think about Sparta here in a little bit.
Torres has not returned, and he will not probably now with the game out of hand here in the fourth quarter. Torres went out with an injury. He was nursing a groin injury throughout the week that he hurt in practice this week. He was kind of a day-to-day situation after practices. I think that happened on like Tuesday, so he was kind of day-to-day after that. He played well in the early going, but he was banged up a little bit, taken off the field, and he will not return. Clay Kelly also hobbled a little bit. So Benton will take over. We begin fourth quarter play. And the Rangers in a big hole here, 40-6. Be sure and stay with us for our fifth quarter program. That'll come your way immediately following this game. Here's Caleb Brock. Caleb back to throw under pressure. Gets rid of it and incomplete. Intended receiver was Cole Richardson. And ball a little bit underthrown. They'll bring up 2nd and 10. Caleb Brock has played better tonight.
Yeah, and that's one of those plays there where he's flushed out to his right. He's trying to throw back across his body and hit a receiver coming across the field to his right. And that's a tough throw for anybody to make. I don't care if you're playing on Friday nights or Sundays. That's tough. And now you want him to try different things here. You want him to learn on the fly here, so he's going to be doing some of this stuff.
Rock from the shotgun. Spins, cuts back to his left, hangs on to the football, and pushes his way down to about the 19-yard line. And it'll bring up 3rd down and long, 3rd and 7 for the Rangers. Benton down 40-6. I think there's some bright spots. Despite that score, I think we've seen some bright spots here in this game for Benton. This Benton team will get better. Rock back to throw under pressure and
complete. Richardson,
I believe that is Cole Richardson, and that's 1st down yardage, I believe. So a nice.
Yeah, he's about a yard short.
Pass and catch, 4th down and 1. 9-yard pickup on the play, 4th and 1 for the Rangers. Seems like Benton's been a yard short all night. 6 inches short from the goal line at the end of the first half, which was a big momentum shift. Benton could have got back within one score on that if they could have got that ball in, which might have changed the complexion of this game going in at halftime. Benton will go for it with a 4th and 1. Here's Rock. Handoff to Kulik. He gets it out. We'll wait and see where they spot it at.
Score coming in from my buddy Scott Davis says Pinckneyville big over Redbud right now, 41-0, and that's our week 3 opponent. So very interesting to see that score.
Benton gets the 1st down, and that'll move the chains. We were talking driving down tonight, Justin, about going through last year's roster, down the roster. And when you look at all the players that graduated, it's somewhat of a rebuilding year. I think you have to say that. Mm-hmm. Here's Rock back to throw. Caleb flushed out the pocket, gets rid of it, and incomplete. Intended receiver was Cruz Hayes. Jesse Van Orbeck had a shot at it, too. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 10. 2nd and 10. Clock stopped at 9:58 on the incomplete pass. We'll talk with Benton coach Jeremy Gladfelder following this game on our Jesse Drew Rock and Material postgame show.
And I'm getting pressured by Severin to read this text right now. Pville final over at 41.
Here's Rock back to throw. Caleb looks over the middle. Got Cruz Hayes and off his hands and incomplete. It was a nice throw. And that ball may have been tipped just a little bit before it got to Cruz. 3rd down and 10. 3rd and 10.
He put that ball exactly where it had to be. Tip or not, a receiver will tell you, and I can tell you from my experience, if it hits your hands, you should catch it. I tell my son that. He's playing on the 5th and 6th grade travel team for football right now. I tell him he's a receiver and defensive back. I said, if the ball hits your hands, you got to catch it. Simple as that.
It will be a 3rd down and 10. 3rd and 10. The Rangers have been faced with a lot of 3rd and longs tonight. Rock back to throw from the shotgun. Looks flushed out of the pocket, in the grasp of the defender and finally goes down. All the way back to the 18-yard line. So a big loss on the play of 10 yards. AJ on a field goal goes ahead of West Frankfort 23-20.
Well.
So that's a battle down in Union County. That's Benton's Week 9 opponent. Opponent is AJ. And Week 5 opponent, I believe, is West Frankfort.
Saturday at Tabor Field.
So Benton will punt it away. And Orbeck
Good punt.
gets rid of this one, and it is a good punt. Goes all the way down inside the
Good tackle.
35, and that was Cole Richardson on the tackle, who made up an awful lot of ground to get down there and bring down the Carterville returner. That was Darian Miller, who had was returning the football for Carterville, and Cole Richardson a nice job to get down there and cover him. Going back to what we said earlier while we're changing possessions here, we were talking about it driving down, looking down the Benton roster from last year, and you just start reading them off. Spike Bunton, Lars Allen, Nathaniel Higgins, just on down the list of the seniors that Benton had to replace, and you got a lot of new kids in new spots. So I think that's one of the key things in this game that I think that was kind of glaring early on, Justin.
Yeah, and the thing is the spots we're trying to replace these kids are all skill positions. Spike Bunton, the two-time All-South quarterback, and Lars Allen, a good running back, and a number of other guys in the skill spots that you just don't have now. It's a little bit easier to replace a lineman, even though it's still a very tough position.
Here is quarterback keeper.
That's not Hicks.
That is in the game for Carterville. Is Darian Miller. He's in to replace the quarterback spot. They're going to get Blake Hicks off the field with a 40-6 lead.
He hasn't done that much tonight. I don't know why they're getting him off there.
Yeah. 5 touchdowns and 234 yards rushing for Blake Hicks. Not a bad night at the day at the office, huh?
No.
Here's Miller on a keeper, pushes forward and gets it out to about the 40-yard line. Carterville will be content to keep it in the middle of the field and keep the clock running. As far as the Rangers are concerned, that clock can't run fast enough. They got to regroup. One thing about the high school football season, you've got a week to regroup. There's no coming back on Monday or Tuesday next week like in basketball. You can recover quickly. You get a whipping like this, and you get to lick your wounds for a week until you come back in week 2 at home against Sparta. Hand off to Miller, and he'll get back to about the line of scrimmage. And it'll bring up 4th down and a couple for Carterville. Clock running, 7.5 to play. Carterville leads this one 40-6. They led it 21-6 at halftime and tacked on 19 more in the third quarter. Benton's lone score of the game came in late in the second quarter on a 79-yard touchdown run by Clay Kelly.
Heron up 27-21 with 1 minute to go. Waterloo has the ball.
That was a 21-0 score at one point, I believe, that Heron had that lead. So that's interesting there that Waterloo has fought back. So we got a timeout on the field here. Carterville wants a timeout to talk this over. They'll be faced with a 4th down and 2. Timeout brought to you by SCD Ray and Sons Insurance, where they have served your insurance needs since 1911. Stop by and see John D. Aiken or Bob Ray. Give them a call, 439-7557. That's SCD Ray and Sons Insurance. They bring you our timeouts here on Ranger Football. Be sure and stay with us after the game for our post-game show brought to you by our friends at Jesse Drew Rock and Material. I had a chance to chat with Jesse Drew today, and we certainly appreciate his support through the years as our post-game sponsor. Then we'll have an interview with Benton coach Jeremy Claudfellow. That'll be brought to you by Skibo Family Eye Care in Mount Vernon. And we'll also name our Wilkins Auto Body hard hit of the game. Wilkins Auto Body, located right across the street from Rich Aaron Gymnasium. The blue and white building, that blue and white building right across the street from Rich Aaron Gym. It's Wilkins Auto Body. They bring you our hard hit of the game. Carterville's going to punt it away, and somehow Carterville gets rid of the punt, gets rid of the football, gets the punt off, I guess I should say. That was Caleb Vaughn on the punt, and Benton will take over at its own 35-yard line. Academic here. All we've got to do is play this one out. Carterville's going to win it. Benton's going to drop to 0-1. And we'll have a long week to regroup against Sparta. We'll come into Tabor Field next Friday night. And despite the 40-6 score, I'm going to point out the silver lining in the cloud and tell you this Benton team is going to get better. They're young. They have shown some improvement here tonight, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the score, it's 40-6. They had their chances to do some stuff. They did. They had their chances. Just couldn't come through. But next week, there's always next week. It's early.
Here's a keeper by Rock. And he'll be dropped for a loss. And the clock will continue to run. 6:45. Be sure and stay with us for our post-game show. And then hang on for the fifth quarter. Travis Severin will be back in studio, and he'll get things started. Justin and I will join him. And we will get you all the scores from around Southern Illinois. Here's Rock, back to throw. Caleb wings out across the middle, got Cruz Hayes, big play across the middle, and Hayes into Carterville territory down to the 45-yard line. Caleb Rock threaded the needle there, and Cruz Hayes went up and caught it. Nice
Was good looking for
pitch and catch right there.
Yes, absolutely. We're still fighting here. They're still trying to get better, and that's what you like your team to do, is just fight all the way to the end. And, Benton's doing that. They're going to get better, like you said. We got Sparta coming in. We should be able to do a little bit more against them.
Here is Kulik. Cuts back in with some room, takes it down beyond the 40 to the 38. Final score, Nashville 22, Carlisle 20. Nashville 22, Carlisle 20. That's a final. And El Dorado continues to lead Cecil-Real Weltonville Woodlawn 44-22. They're just down the third quarter. I think they had an injury there. Slowed that game down. Here's Rock. Across the middle and incomplete. Incomplete.
Huge update on a game concerning Benton. 15-0 Sparta lead right now. 2 minutes to go in the game. Thanks, Travis.
We'll continue to monitor scores for you on our WQRL scoreboard. Brought to you by All Stars and Stitches. Here's a carry by Kulik, and he gets it out to about the 35-yard line. And we'll see where the spot is at. Going to bring up 4th down and 1. 4th and 1, we'll call it. Clock continues to run here. 5:10 to play in this one. Rangers still battling. And I believe this Benton team is going to be a fun team to watch. They've got some athletes. They've got some big play people. And we'll see how things develop as the season goes along. Carterville clearly off to a great start tonight as Blake Hicks put on a show with 234 yards rushing and 5 touchdowns. Benton takes a timeout. Again, that timeout will be brought to you by SCD Ray and Sons Insurance, serving Southern Illinois' insurance needs since 1911.
Bradley Phillips in for the Rangers, number 80, getting his first playing time in the game here tonight. Split out receiver.
Here is Rock. Caleb cuts back to the outside, nothing doing. Benton didn't get the first down. And Carterville will take over at their own 37-yard line. 4:35 to play in the game.
Final Sparta going to move to 1-0 as they go ahead and win that game 23-0.
Playing Dupo tonight, is that correct?
Yep, Dupo.
DuPont's been down through the last few years. Don't know what they've got this year, but in any event, I think when Benton met Sparta last year, Benton was 0-1 and Sparta was 1-0, weren't they?
Yeah. Another one coming in, AJ 23-20 over West Frankfort after 3. So that one's probably going right down to the last play.
We'll have all those scores for you first on the fifth quarter program coming your way immediately following this game. Here's a handoff to Caleb Hayes for Carterville. Not much doing there. So final scores coming in. Nashville 22, Carlisle 20. And also Sparta. What was the final on that Sparta?
23-0.
23-0. As Coach Rob Kirk gets his first win and his first head coaching experience tonight.
Nashville, what'd you say that one ended up being?
22-20, Nashville defeats Carlisle. And in a final end, Chester defeats Hamilton County 42-0 in Black Diamond Conference game. Chester 42, Hamco 0. We'll have updates for you throughout the night.
42, did you say?
42-0, Chester over Hamilton County.
Have we heard anything from the DuPont Highland game?
Haven't heard a word.
Travis, you need to get on that. Send me a text.
Steve Merrick will join us on the program tonight. We talked with Steve earlier, and he'll join us on the show tonight on fifth quarter. Here's a handoff to the outside. And finally out of bounds is Isaac Bokum.
Waterloo just took a 28-27 lead over Heron.
Wow.
40 seconds left in the game.
And Heron led that game 21-0. Those are the kind right there that'll cause coaches to be bald-headed or white-haired, one of the two.
And that leads me to believe that, competition-wise, it looks like it might be a little bit more wide open than we thought here in Southern Illinois in the River.
Highland beat DuQuoin 56-0.
Oh, my word.
That comes in from our friend Todd Hefferman, sports writer extraordinaire from the Southern Illinoisan. SIU beat writer, does a great job down there. 56-0. This will be the last year of Highland DuQuoin. That's a mismatch size-wise.
Yes.
Highland, I believe, a 5A school, and DuQuoin with the co-op is a 3A, but if they without the co-op, with El Dorado, they're a 2A.
Yeah, that Alvarado's, that could hurt them in the long run. Timeout on the field here at Carterville with 3 minutes, 12 seconds left. It seems like every time I look up there, there's 3 minutes to go. It's 40-6 Carterville. It's been a one-man show, really, Carterville.
Have you been impressed tonight that we had to change phones? We had some cell difficulties, and I had to plug in my smartphone and use it, and I'm able to text message at the same time we're using my phone to broadcast. I'm clearly a 21st century guy, Justin, anyway you add it up.
Impressive right there. That's
old dog, new trick.
Yep.
And clearly I'm the old dog here.
Okay, my mood just changed better. Cubs just took a 4-2 lead in the 8th.
Yeah. This night's got disaster written all over it, looks like to me. 40-6 here. It'll be Carterville football. They're just trying to grind this out and run the clock down. And squirting through the line for Carterville is Isaac Bokum.
See, every time you look up there, it's 3 minutes on the clock.
We'll get some more finals for you as we go along.
Jorge Soler, 3 RBIs tonight. Young whippersnapper, the old Cubs guy. They're going to be good in a couple years, folks. Just hang in there.
That's the battle cry for the last 108 years.
No, the battle cry will wait till next year.
And Bokum goes down in the backfield for a loss. Clock running at 2:20 to play. The Rangers are going to drop to 0-1. And Carterville will be at 1-0. This has been a good rivalry, though. I think it's a good. I think both coaches. We've talked to both coaches in recent weeks about this particular game, and they'll tell you they like it. They like this matchup.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that 40-6 score is a real indicator of where this game was at. This game could have been a lot different than that. I think a couple of plays here or there early on made a big difference in this game. Darian Miller on the carry, keeps it in the middle of the field. 1:40 to play. Be sure and stay with us. Our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. We'll have an interview with Benton coach Jeremy Clodfelder, brought to you by Skibo Family Eye Care, and we'll pick our Wilkins big hit of the game. Wilkins hard hit of the game. We are nearing the 1 minute mark. Third down. Here's Miller. Hands off. No, keeps it. Miller gets to the outside and
a lot of arm tackling.
Finally goes down near first down territory. That clock continues to run at 50 seconds.
We're going to have to run one more play.
It's going to be a 4th and less than a yard. Carterville will run one more play, 30 seconds and counting.
And if they get first, the clock stops.
Here's Miller, who replaced Hicks. He's going to be near first down yards. I think he made it across. Clock will stop at 15 seconds. West Frankfort goes up on AJ. 26-23 with 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
Middle of the fourth, what I'm getting. Scott Davis, who just texted me, he's a West Frankfort Redbird himself.
That comes from Maury Bass. That might be a little bit late on that one. Clock's going to run out here. Carterville's going to win it. Final score is going to be 40-6. 40-6. The Carterville Lions defeat the Benton Rangers here tonight. 40-6 is the final. Let's get in a quick break. We'll come back and get you set for our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. Back to Carterville after these messages. We'll keep it here. The final score, 40-6. 40-6 is the final here tonight from Carterville. Justin Wyant alongside. Justin, your thoughts on the game?
You know, it happened like we didn't want it to happen. It kind of looked like Benton was had the deer and headlight thing going on. You know, a lot of young players out there under the lights on a Friday night on the turf field. Probably a little bit bigger than the game was a little bit bigger than some of them could handle. Hopefully we can get better. Caleb Rock got really good towards the middle of the second quarter, all the way through the end of the game. He was fantastic. You know, the start of the game, we were put in some bad field position by our special teams, not being able to get a couple punts away. Cramps have taken their toll on some of our players. The 40-6 score does not indicate how this game was played. I thought Benton played hard. We moved the ball well from the second quarter on. You know, we just weren't able to punch a couple into the end zone when we got it inside the 5 twice. It just didn't work out tonight. Credit Carterville, they're a very good team, and they're going to make some major noise. If they come off a 10-1 record last year, they're going to do it again this year.
Some things about Carterville that impressed me. I thought their defense is quick. They're quick to the ball. They did the things they had to do to stop Benton's outside game. Aside from the 79-yard touchdown run by Clay Kelly, the defense for Carterville pitched a shutout tonight, and they stopped Benton on the 6-inch line, stopped them on the 1-yard line, and so you give Carterville's defense credit, but I still think the Benton offense, I think it showed improvement tonight. They were able to drive the ball down the field, just couldn't punch it into the end zone. So I think this is the Benton team that will get better as the season rolls along.
Yeah, the mistakes they made are very correct. Well, I said that earlier in the game. They're doing things. I think their play calling to start the game, they're kind of conservative. They wanted to get Flores with the ball some way, somehow. They tried to get it out of the backfield. That wasn't working out. I think you get your playmakers open in space, and you throw it up to them and see if they can go get it. And from the second quarter on, they did that. They just weren't able to score touchdowns. They moved the ball. They just weren't able to score touchdowns. In this game of football here, especially in the high school, you go on the road to play a team like Carterville, and you got to put the scores on the board when you get the chance. And we just weren't able to do that.
40-6 is our final here. We'll have an interview with Benton coach Jeremy Clodfelder coming up. While we're waiting on him, let's get in a quick break. You're tuned to Ranger Football here on WQRL. The final here from Carterville. Carterville wins at 40-6. Back after these messages.
Rock bottom prices and speedy delivery. That's Jesse Drew Rocket Material. Decorative landscaping, driveway rock, topsoil, sand, mulch, or lime. Jesse Drew Rocket Material has what you need to turn your yard into a place where you can relax and be the envy of your neighbors. Jesse Drew Rocket Material also spreads dirt and mulch with their Bobcats so you don't have to. Transform your yard or drive into something you've always imagined. Call Jesse Drew Rocket Material at 927-7857. 927-7857.
Everyone has a lunch special, but what's special about it? At Mr. D's, you get great food at the best price, like the Burger Combo. A hearty, tasty burger, fries, and a drink for only $4.39. That's right, less than $5 for a full meal. Now that's special. Mr. D's has all of your favorites, from chicken strips with gravy to chili dogs to savory barbecue, even a tilapia fish sandwich. Wash it down with your favorite drink like a blueberry Mountain Dew or a milkshake or ice-cold Pepsi. Try an ice cream cone for dessert. Mr. D's Drive-In on North Main, Benton.
Some of us put our life savings under the mattress, while others use a Goffigan. For a safe and valuable means of saving your money that you would like to pass on someday to someone special, talk to SCD Ray & Sons Insurance Agency in Benton about single premium whole life insurance. You will immediately increase the amount you can leave to your heirs without any negative tax and even for all the exciting and valuable
your appointment or your child's appointment. Regular cleaning your teeth for a comfortable, healthy smile. And if you're looking to brighten your smile, Dr. Simpson offers whitening too. When your teeth need cleaning, filling, crowns, bridge work, whitening, and more, call Dr. Simpson to make an appointment. 439-4364. That's 439-4364 for Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton.
Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Welcome back to Carterville. The Benton Rangers lose here tonight, 40-6. Just got a final in from that Waterloo-Heron game. Heron led that game 21-0, and Waterloo comes back and beats Heron 28-27. That's a final. That's a tough pill to swallow when you're ahead 21-0.
Yeah, I don't know the size of Waterloo or what are they as far as class-wise.
5A, I believe they're a 5A school.
Okay, so Heron hung with them, but you know what? They got a field coming out of there. That's a game they should have won. You're up 21-0. You're up 3 scores. With the kind of offense that they have, that should have been able to grind the clock out with the 3 running backs that they have, you got to feel that Jason Carnes is taking himself right.
And particularly at home, what they call the place the graveyard, they they go there to die. So that is a big win or a tough loss, either way you want to look at it. Waterloo 27 or 28, Heron 27 is a final. So we'll continue to monitor scores as we move along. AJ leads West Frankfort. This comes from Maury Bass. I'm getting 30-26 with 11:52 to go in the game. That might be a wrong score, but we got West Frankfort trailing now. AJ 30-26 after West Frankfort had gone up 26-23. So we'll continue to watch that game. DuQuoin lost to Highland 56-0. Nashville defeated Carlisle 22-20. Sparta defeated DuPo 23-0. Chester 42, Hamilton County 0. Those are all finals. Justin, let's look at some stats we've got. Big night for Blake Hicks, who ran over, around, and through the Rangers tonight for 234 yards.
Yeah, he had 16 carries, 234 yards. He had a 53-yard touchdown run, a 47-yard touchdown run, a 34-yard touchdown run, a 14-yard touchdown run, and a 4-yard touchdown run. Altogether, 16 rushes, 234 yards. Just a monster night against a so-called pretty good defense Benton has. So if he's doing that against a pretty good defense, he's going to have one of the biggest years of any player in the South this year. And let alone Bazillion, he ran 11 times for 74 yards. no touchdowns, but you know what? Workhorse style, just whenever your team needs it, just go get it. Hicks and Bazillion, they're gonna wreak havoc this year on Southern Illinois.
And a nice combination there as Hicks does a good job of hiding the football, and he's got the luxury of handing it off to Bazillion, who's at 6 feet, 204 pounds. There's a workhorse in there, and if you don't pay attention to Hicks and you think Bazillion's got the ball, Hicks proved tonight that he can get out and go on you. 5 touchdowns, 234 yards rushing. So that's going to be a combination that's going to give a lot of teams fits this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as they stay healthy, I don't see any reason why the Carterville Lions aren't favored to win the Mississippi side of the River.
I want to remind you our post-game show being brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. If you need dirt, fill, sand, rock, mulch, or lime, the place to go is Jesse Drew Rock and Material. Give them a call today, 618-927-7857. That's Jesse Drew Rock and Material, our post-game sponsor on Benton Ranger Football. Jesse Drew Rock and Material. They bring you our post-game show here on Ranger Football. Rangers lose it here tonight, 40-6 is the final. We wait on Benton coach Jeremy Claudefelder, who's making his way up here right now. And we'll remind you that his interview will be brought to you by our friends at Skibo Family Eye Care. Skibo Family Eye Care, located at 4200 Hillberry Road in Mount Vernon. They offer full comprehensive eye exams, contact lens fitting, and evaluation, pediatric and school requirement eye exams, retinal imaging and testing, and pre- and post-op management of cataracts and LASIK procedures, and a complete selection of glasses in a variety of styles. Skibo Family Eye Care. Give them a call at 618-242-6338. That's 618-242-6338. End of 3, El Dorado 44, and Cecil 22. Benton coach Jeremy Claudefelder is alongside, and we'll talk with him, get his thoughts on the game. And coach, an odd game in the fact that it seemed like the Rangers dug a hole early, had some things that didn't go exactly the way they were planned early on. Your thoughts on the ball game?
Well, I thought it was a couple of things. One, momentum's huge, and they jump out 3 scores. And I thought we did a nice job of coming down and scoring and answering the bell. I thought defense got 2 takeaways at crucial times. Clay Kelly hit the big score. The debacle before the half, you got to get that one in. It makes it a 1-score game, and that was on everybody. And what happened was, we're not looking at the scoreboard, but they changed their box late, and everybody's saying it's third down. You can't spike it if we don't get in, and it's really second down. They didn't change the box over there, so what have you. But that was a momentum killer. And then we get down here, and we still got a chance to do it again and make it a 1-score game, and we don't. And then I felt like what the most disappointing part was, I felt like we had some guys at that point, when we didn't get it in back down on this end, opposite the scoreboard, I thought we had some guys who checked her out, didn't hang around to compete and play till the end of the deal. And when you check out against a team like this and a program like this, they'll bury you. That's what's going to happen. I mean, they'll just bury you. Positive things, again, like I said, the defense. I thought Caleb Brock handled himself okay tonight for the first night out. I thought he did a nice job. He missed some reads early. We had Torres on a stutter fade that was a touchdown out of the gate. He missed him again on the sluggo and overthrew him in the middle of the field. Just missed him. But I thought he made some plays with his body. He made some people miss. He made some nice throws. I told him today, I said, I'm not going to ask you to win the game. I'll never ask you to win the game. I'm going to ask you not to lose. Don't lose the game for us. And I thought he handled himself fairly well tonight for the first time out. Again, you leave 2 scores out on the field from the 2 and 3 yard line when you're down 3 scores. That makes it a different deal. We lost a little momentum with the debacle on the sideline. I know Bob Pankey, and I'll go to my grave, and all Bob Pankey yelled was block in the back, and the crew member really felt like it was a personal foul and an attack, which I couldn't believe. The official came over screaming, ranting, and raving, completely out of control, which just blew my mind. And I looked, and I lost a little sportsmanship, but I didn't say it very loudly. I was very calm and collective, and I said to the son of the other guy, I said, you guys got to let the Mount Carmel thing go from 2 years ago. And he popped me and said, that's not a sportsmanlike comment. And I said, I quietly said that to you. I mean, evidently you guys haven't let it go, because for you to trip me on that deal. But it was kind of a momentum breaker. But then it's still a 2-score game, and we hit Torres on the home run for a touchdown, and naturally, holding penalty comes from our sideline, the guy that just 15 me. But, it is what it is. You have to go down the road and play, and we got to do a lot of things. We got to do a lot of things better. I thought our offensive line, just from the blind side of the view, didn't play horrible at times. I thought we were getting 3-4 yards. We're trying to pack it in. We know we're not very big. We are a little bitty football team. When you look at us, we're 150, 160. We're not 165, 170 at best. And you look at some other guys, and their skill kids are at 175, 180, 210. We're a little bitty, and that's frustrating, and we're just going to have to endure that. The bottom line is while we want our kids to have a swagger, they got to do things right. We got guys that forget their helmet tonight. We got guys that forget their jersey tonight. We got guys that don't bring their bags to the locker room like they've been told to tonight to get ready to go to the game after a 2:30 run through. Just a lot of discipline. I want them to have a swagger about it, but you got to be disciplined. You got to do things right, and you got to zone in and do. You got to be better, and coaches got to be better. I mean, we got to be better.
Coach, talked about the play before halftime where you couldn't get the ball in the end zone. Time ran out. I want to go back here to about your own 40. Okay, you had to call 2 timeouts in a row.
Yeah.
Can you run me through the process there and what you're thinking?
Yeah, the first one we tried to freeze them because it was short. It was 3rd and short. We tried to freeze them, and they didn't jump, and so we burned it. And the next one, we called the play from the sidelines, the formation and everything. We go out there. We love what we see, except we're not in the right formation, and we're screaming. We're not in the right formation, and we didn't want to lose. We didn't want to lose the short yardage position, so we burned it. We didn't line up in the right, and the crazy thing was we just called it from the sideline. And that goes back to discipline and doing things right and being locked in. I mean, we had 2 guys tell me, well, I didn't hear you at the meal at the church last night say, bring our bags. Well, how can 2 guys not hear me, but 37 of them hear me? It's because you're not disciplined, and we're going to beat that thing till it's over. And that's just the way it is.
What was your interpretation that you got from the officials on the interference call in the end zone?
They said that a year ago the rule was changed, and if it's a pass interference call that's 15 yards, it's not an automatic first down unless it crosses the sticks or becomes a first down. And because it was 4th and what have you, we only got half the distance to the goal, so it still remained 4th down. It's not an automatic first down. Now, if you get it on 4th and 12 and it moves at 15 yards, then obviously it's going to be a first down. But because we were in 4-down territory down there, they said it's not an automatic first down anymore, and that's the rule.
Here's something I got from a referee, a friend of mine. He says they got the call correct. The only thing they missed was the ball was interfered with in the end zone. That should have been on the 1, 4th down.
Instead of the 3 or 4 yard line, right?
And that changes things.
Yeah,
really
ball on the one's a little bit different call than ball on the 4.
Yeah.
Also, to start the game, really some difficulties with the punting. That sets you in a hole. Put the defenses back against the wall early on. Is that first game jitters?
I hope. I mean, he's boomed a few, and you could see tonight he boomed, and I hope that's what it was. It was an inopportune time. We were backed up. We didn't move the sticks, and I just hope that was. I hope it was really first time out there, first game jitters. But to do it twice, you really put the defense in a bad. It puts the defense in a bad position, and consequently they scored twice on it. We got down early, but I really thought at the half we were down. What was it, 21-6?
21-6 at half.
I really, even when we went down 27-6 and we drove the length of the field, and I'm thinking we get a score here now. I mean, our whole deal was go get a stop, get a score, and then we'll have a quarter and a half to go win the game. That was our conversation in the locker room, and I thought we hit some big plays. I thought we chewed up some yards and got some good passes, got some good runs. I thought Mark Flores hit the counter okay. I thought Clay Kelly obviously ran the zone okay. But I mean, we've got a lot of growing up to do. And I'd be a little bit lying to say I didn't have this feeling coming down here. I just didn't know who we were. I had a little bit of a feeling of how will we handle the moment completely. And unfortunately, I thought we were in pretty good shape even in 21-6 when we were on the drive. And again, going back, the disappointing thing is, I mean, I'm extremely disappointed in the fact that, and I told our kids this down here, I said, if we get that score for the half and we get that score down here and it's a one-score game, I bet we don't have guys checking out. I bet we got guys rising up and playing. Yep. And the disappointing factor is when you check out and you quit playing. That's extremely disheartening and disappointing.
And I thought though we talked about during the game, I think showed tonight that they have got some kids with big play capability. Clay Kelly gets loose for the score. Of course, Mark Torres, Cruz Hayes got out and got down the field on a nice pass reception. Cole Richardson. So there's some kids can make things happen. This team's going to get better.
I think it'll get better. I probably shouldn't say this. I said to the coaches, we don't have a clue. I said we may go down there and get rubbed, and at least if that happens, now we can go home and circle the wagons and tell them, see, y'all ain't that good. Y'all ain't that good. You're not trying to practice every day, completely locked in and be disciplined and do all the little things that we're preaching and telling you. I was hoping we could try and coach them really, really hard after a W going into Sparta, but we're going to go back home and we're going to kind of put the reins on them. We're going to be. It's not going to be fun to be a Benton Ranger for about 4 or 5 days, and then we'll get ready to play.
Very good.
Next one.
Sparta comes into Tabor Field.
One more thing. We saw Torres go out. Can you tell us anything on that?
No, I mean, he cramped. He cramped up. Clay Kelly cramped up. Josh Goodwin got a pretty big bruise in the shin. Took a helmet to the shin and a cleat mark actually there. But we kind of cramped. And then I'll be honest with you, Mark came into the game very iffy. He was a game time situation because he popped the groin pretty good on Wednesday in practice. I mean, with 5 minutes to go, isn't that natural? But all we can do is, go back to work. 40-6 is bad. It's embarrassing. I'm disappointed. But we've had worse 40-6 wins, or 40-6 losses, Jim. I mean, you go back to year one where we didn't even have the plays in the game that we had, and that doesn't mean that we should excuse what just happened. But it's been worse, and now we got to go back and we got to coach our kids hard and make them really truly understand that we got to go out and be disciplined.
Very good, Coach. We appreciate your time. We'll look forward to chatting with you tomorrow morning on Saturday Morning Talking Sports, and then we'll gear up for Sparta. Benton at home against the Bulldogs at Tabor Field, and we look forward to getting back to the friendly confines.
What'd they do tonight?
They won 23-0.
Who'd they beat?
Dupo.
Okay.
So
better go back to work fast.
Absolutely, Coach.
Right.
Thank you. That is Benton coach Jeremy Clausveld. The Rangers drop a 40-6 decision here tonight. Let's get a quick break in. We're going to come back and we'll wrap things up. The Rangers lose it 40-6. Back in a moment.
Renly College's Adult Volunteer Literacy Program is looking for volunteers to help stop adult illiteracy. Give the gift of reading and be a hero forever. Renly College will provide you with training and materials to help adults develop the basic reading ability needed to excel. You can work one-on-one, tutor a small group, or work with students in an adult education classroom. Experience the joy of helping others and change a life. Call Renly College's Volunteer Partnership toll-free at 800-369-5321, extension 1342.
At Weeks in Benton, we can help you with your automotive purchasing needs with 7 brands of new vehicles: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Polaris, and Victory. Stop by and test drive one of these excellent new products or our large inventory of pre-owned. Our friendly sales staff has over 100 years of combined experience, which helps make your buying experience easy and comfortable. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town, but south on the price.
Back to Benton Ranger Football on Q106.
Welcome back to our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. That interview with Benton coach Jeremy Clausveld brought to you by our friends at Skibo Family Eye Care, 4200 Ilberry Road in Mount Vernon. Stop by and visit with Dr. Emily Miner Skibo. Skibo Family Eye Care, 4200 Ilberry Road. Give them a call, 618-242-6338. That's Skibo Family Eye Care. They bring you our Coach's View report here on Ranger Football. Our hard hit of the game?
Well, I think we got to go with Cruz Hayes. He had a huge sack. I believe it was about middle of the first quarter. It was a momentum stopper. It kept Carterville from taking a 3-touchdown lead at the time, I think, and it forced a punt. So we're going to give it to Cruz Hayes.
And that is, of course, brought to you by our friends at Wilkins Auto Body, located on East Main Street, right across the street from Rich Aaron Gymnasium. That blue and white building across the street from Rich Aaron Gym, that's Wilkins Auto Body. Deer are on the move around Southern Illinois, and Wilkins Auto Body cautions you to be on the lookout and be careful out there. But if life happens to you, feel confident in taking your vehicle to Wilkins Auto Body. That's located on East Main Street in Benton, right across the street from Rich Aaron Gymnasium. Wilkins Auto Body, they bring you our hard hit of the game here on Ranger Football. Justin, a final word, and we'll get out of here.
Final word, that we got a lot to improve upon. I think we can do it. We got the ability. We've got the skill players. They ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw over here tonight, but I think a game next week very winnable. I think you come out and execute, and do the things you can do, and you'll be fine. Like Coach said, it's going to be a tough week to be a Ranger, so I hope they strap it up and get better.
And the final thought here is one game does not make a season. So the Rangers got to regroup. I still think there's a lot of potential here. There's some big play capability on this team, and I look to see this team, this Benton Ranger team, 2014, improve as we move along. A young team with a lot of new kids in new positions. So certainly nothing to. It's a tough loss here tonight, but got to regroup and then head into that home game next Friday night at Tabor Field. Be sure and stay with us in just a moment. Travis Severin is back at the studio on North Main Street. He'll get the fifth quarter show anchored. He'll start it out. Justin and I will join him in just a few minutes, and we'll get you caught up. First place in Southern Illinois to get your scores will be tonight on the fifth quarter. For our engineer, Ashley Bites, back at the studio in Benton. I'm speaking for her and for Justin Wyant and all the good folks at Dana Communication. We hope you enjoyed the ball game tonight as much as we enjoy bringing it to you. Once again, the final score, Carterville 40, Benton 6. So long for right now, and God bless you.
The scores are rolling in from across Southern Illinois, and Q106 broadcasts them first. The fifth quarter show is brought to you by Leffler Polson Funeral Home in Benton, Rend Lake College, U.S. Bank, and Weeks in Benton. The fifth quarter show starts now.
All right, good evening and welcome to the fifth quarter right here on your high school sports connection, WQRL. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I'm Travis Severin. I'll be anchoring the fifth quarter tonight. Tonight I'm back in the studio. Remember, on home games, we'll be out at the Benton West City Applebee's, but tonight I'm here in the studio, and I'll be joined just in a few minutes by Jim Muir and Justin Wyant. They just covered the Benton Carterville ball game from Carterville. Just to let you know, remember, road games, we're here in the studio. Home games, not that you can't go out to the Benton West City Applebee's, but the show is not there just for home games. So we're back in the studio tonight. Before we get rolling tonight, just let me let you know how the format kind of goes. During games when Benton is on the road, like I said, I'll be in the studio while Jim and Justin join me from the road. Just to let you know, the dates that we're going to be out at Applebee's is September 5th, September 26th, October 17th, and October 24th. I want to remind you that if you're traveling home from a game tonight or you'd like to tell us about the game you've watched, give us a call. Phone lines are open here. Ashley will be more than happy to take your call and get you on the air. The phone line is 1-800-439-1063 or 618-435-8100 or 618-439-4100. But regardless of the venue, our goal will remain the same each and every week here on the fifth quarter. That's to get you caught up on all the scores and highlights of the area high school football games in the river-to-river, Mississippi, Ohio, Black Diamond, and the South 7. Let's get started tonight. Once again, this is Travis Severin, fifth quarter. First time of the year, we'll have it here on Friday, August 29th, and we'll start with the scores that we've got so far. We're going to start actually tonight with scores from the Southern Illinois River-to-River Ohio Division. Final score tonight, the game you heard right here on WQRL. Carterville 40, Benton 6. Freeburg knocks off Massac County 42-14. Waterloo in a huge come-from-behind victory. Waterloo holds off Heron. Heron actually led 21-0 at one time. Waterloo comes back and wins 28-27. Mount Carmel was leading Harrisburg 34-0. That was a fourth quarter score. We're awaiting a final on that, but Mount Carmel was leading 34-0 over Harrisburg. Anna Jonesboro in a wild game with West Frankfort. Anna Jonesboro 37-26 over West Frankfort right now. The Battle of Jackson County, a big win here for Murfreesboro on the road. Murfreesboro 35-7 over Carbondale. Let's go with some river-to-river Mississippi scores for you. Highland knocks off DuQuoin tonight, 56-0. 56-0. Highland beats DuQuoin. Nashville over Carlisle, 22-20. Pinckneyville beats Redbud 41-6. Pinckneyville is who Benton plays week 3. They get a big win, 41-6 at Redbud. And Sparta, who Benton plays next week at home. Sparta 1-0. They beat DuPo 23-0. Black Diamond scores. Chester beats Hamilton County 42-0. Fairfield beats Christopher Ziegler Royalton 55-15. A fourth quarter score. We're waiting for a final on this as well. El Dorado 44-22 over Cesar-Valere Waltonville Woodlawn. Johnson City 29-0 over Vienna Goreville. Now let's move to some South 7 scores. Belleville Altoff beats Collinsville 34-14. O'Fallon knocks off Cahokia 16-0. We already told you this, but Murfreesboro 35-7 over Carbondale. Champaign Central 26, Marion 14. Taylorville 40, Mount Vernon 20, and we're still waiting a final on this score as well. Last score we heard starting the fourth quarter, Centralia was up 31-14 over Salem. Once we get finals from Centralia, Mount Carmel, and I think Ashley's got our first guest. Hey, thanks for calling into the fifth quarter. Who do we have out there?
Steve Merrick.
Hey, Steve.
WDQN.
I'm not the best at reading Ashley's lips here. Steve, thanks for calling in. I know it a tough way to start the season. You have to go and you travel to play Highland.
I was at DuQuoin.
Excuse me. Okay, sorry. The game at DuQuoin, you guys lose 56-0. Steve, someone told me this earlier. Is this the last year you guys play Highland?
I believe it is. That's a growing school, and our enrollment keeps slipping. We picked up Eldorado on the co-op, but yeah, I think this was the final game of the contract.
Steve, after coming off a season last year where you did make the playoffs, I know that DuQuoin with such a rich heritage in football, everybody's been trying to be like DuQuoin for the last 25 years. Tell me how things are going in DuQuoin. Obviously, you lose a tough one tonight, but tell me about how things have gone this summer and now leading up into week 1.
Well, I think we felt like we had a good summer and had a pretty good fall camp. I think we knew we were in for a very, very tough ball game tonight against a 5A Highland team last year that never got challenged till Springfield Griffin beat them, and Springfield Griffin won the 5A title. And after what I saw tonight, they've not missed a beat. They've got a new quarterback, very, very fast runner. I think he scored out of their 8 touchdowns. I think the quarterback scored 5 of them on running plays, and the other 3 were passes. They're a very good 5A team, and DuQuoin's improving. I think we're going to be a lot better than we were last year. I know 56-0 doesn't exhibit that, but I think we turned the ball over 4 times. It really hurt us this evening, but I think we're going to be okay. I'm a little concerned for the kids mentally after taking a beating like this after you work so hard in the summer and come out like this. But at the same time, I think we're going to be okay.
Well, one thing, Steve, you said it. Highland's a 5A school. You guys are a 3A school, and to compete with them like you guys have for so many years in the past just shows how strong DuQuoin football was. But now next week you get to come back home again. You take on Harrisburg. Last we'd heard Harrisburg was being shut out 34-0 by Mount Carmel. What do the Indians have to do to get the ship going the right direction and try to be 1-1 before they take on a tough Heron team week 3?
We just need to get a little bit more consistent on offense. We had times tonight where we moved the ball, and we obviously need to get better on defense. I don't know that we'll see a football team like we saw tonight the rest of the year. They're awfully good. They're awfully talented. They're awfully deep, well coached, run a very, very balanced scheme offensively that is very hard to stop, and they're just a good football team, and I don't know that DuQuoin losing 56-0 to him really what we know of DuQuoin at this point, really.
Sure. And here's the thing, Steve. I'm just looking down through your schedule. What a tough schedule for the Indians this year. Now, Coach Al Martin probably would have it no other way, but if you look at you guys, next week you've got Harrisburg at home. Week 3 you got to go to Heron. Then you've got Carterville, who just pasted Benton tonight, 40-6. Pinckneyville wins a game big tonight. Then, Sparta, hey, they're 1-0 right now. They win 23-0. Anna's in a wild game right now, leading by 11 over West Frankfort. Nashville beats Carlisle, and then Murphy beats Carbondale by 4 touchdowns. It's going to be it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be a tough year. But I know one thing: you never give up on DuQuoin football. I'm sure the Indians, after not winning as many games last year as they're used to, I'm sure Coach Martin and the staff will have the guys prepared for next week. But that's got to be one of the toughest schedules in the whole area for a 3A team. The 9 weeks you have.
I don't disagree with you. DuQuoin's played Murphy for many, many years, and that game needs to continue. Your conference games, Harrisburg and Heron are always tough opponents, getting you ready for the conference. Carterville's really got a heck of a program rolling, and yeah, you're right. There's no game on our schedule, that you can look at and say, well, we can take this week off because we can't. Players, I like our coaching staff. I think we can definitely.
Ask you this. I know A.J. Smith's back as your quarterback, but maybe for some of the listeners out there that don't know about DuQuoin, maybe break your team down a little bit here before we let you get off on this Friday night.
A.J. Smith's back at quarterback, and we've got a couple linemen back on the defensive side of the ball, and we've had some kids that have moved to DuQuoin and are going to help some, and then we've got some kids coming up from El Dorado that are going to help out. 2 or 3 of them started tonight. We started 4 sophomores on defense, and another youngster that's never played Oregon. Our problem this evening, but I think there's plenty of room for improvement. I think we'll get there.
Steve, I appreciate it. I know that the Indians will be right there and going for a big win next week against Harrisburg. We can tell you we've got an updated score. Harrisburg has scored, but they're trailing right now 40-6 in the fourth quarter. Mount Carmel leading 40-6 over Harrisburg. So DuQuoin, Harrisburg, week 2 is always a staple in Southern Illinois. Always a great, great football contest. Steve, wish you the best of luck and look forward to talking to you in the future.
Thank you very much.
That's Steve Merrick. He's the voice of the DuQuoin Indians. And you're listening to the fifth quarter here as we wait for the next people to call in. We'll let you know if you'd like to call in the show. If you're traveling from somewhere and there's a game that you attended and you'd like to talk about it, you can always call in at 1-800-439-1063 or 618-435-8100 or 618-439-4100 if you'd like to join in and be part of the fifth quarter show. I'm Travis Severin here, fifth quarter in the studio here at Dana Communications, WQRL, right here in Benton, Illinois on North Main. And I'm going to let you know the scores one more time. We'll hit the scores once more. We'll take a break here on the fifth quarter just to run down the scores that we've got so far as we keep updating these as we go. Finals tonight, Carterville over Benton 40-6. Freeburg over Mount Carmel 42-14. Waterloo in a wild game 28-27 over Heron. Mount Carmel leading Harrisburg 40-6. Anna Jonesboro leading West Frankfort 37-26. Murfreesboro beats Carbondale 35-7. Highland 56-0 over DuQuoin. Nashville 22-20 over Carlisle. Pinckneyville 41-6 over Redbud. Sparta 23-0 over Dupo. Chester 42-0 over Hamilton County. Fairfield 55-15 over CZR. El Dorado never got a final on this, but so far we had El Dorado 44 over Cesar-Valère, Waltonville, Woodlawn 22. Johnson City a final 29-0 over Vienna-Goreville. Belleville Althoff 34-14 over Collinsville. O'Fallon 16-0 over Cahokia. Champaign Central 26-14 over Marion. Taylorville 40-20 over Mount Vernon. And late it was Centralia 31-14 over Salem. You're listening to the fifth quarter. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have our next guest here on the fifth quarter.
On East Main in Benton continues to make positive changes to accommodate you during your time of grief and need. Wheelchair ramps begin at the main entrance and the chapel is completely handicap accessible. There's a coffee lounge providing a comfortable place for the family to gather and an outdoor garden for those that need to step outside for a break. The chapel has been enlarged and since purchasing the home, the Leffler family has made many decorative updates throughout. For more information, call 438-0021 or visit lpfuneralhome.com.
U.S. Bank presents mobile banking benefits with Coach Mom.
Take a knee, family. U.S. Bank's mobile check deposits are a real game changer. Mobile banking always works hard, and we could all take a page from that playbook. That means you, Johnson.
But, Mom, we're all named Johnson.
Visit a branch or go to usbank.com/mobile. U.S. Bank. All of us serving you. Enrollment and deposit point required. There is a fee of 50 cents per deposited item. Visit usbank.com/deposit point for details.
Coach Mom on 3. 1, 2, 3. Coach Mom!
Rendley College's Adult Volunteer Literacy Program is looking for volunteers to help stop adult illiteracy. Give the gift of reading and be a hero forever. Rendley College will provide you with training and materials to help adults develop the basic reading ability needed to excel. You can work one-on-one, tutor a small group, or work with students in an adult education classroom. Experience the joy of helping others and change a life. Call Rendley College's Volunteer Partnership toll-free at 800-369-5321, extension 1342.
At Weeks in Benton, we can help you with your automotive purchasing needs with 7 brands of new vehicles: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Polaris, and Victory. Stop by and test drive one of these excellent new products or our large inventory of pre-owned. Our friendly sales staff has over 100 years of combined experience, which helps make your buying experience easy and comfortable. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town, but south on the price.
More scores, interviews, and talk on the way. Back to the fifth quarter show on Q106.
Hi, this is Travis Severin. Welcome back to the fifth quarter program here. So glad you've joined the broadcast tonight. Glad to be bringing you high school football. Always nice to be bringing you high school football. I always know week 1, the DuQuoin Fair is going on. Obviously, WQRL Q106 is out there at the fair, and high school football has started here on this Friday night, August 29th. And I think we've been joined by the broadcast duo of Justin Wyant, Jim Muir, Jim, the voice of the Benton Rangers. And I think we've got someone else from our sister station, Chris Hugo, out there. We've got like 26 people on the line with us. But Jim, Justin, Chris, can everybody hear us?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're fine here.
All right, great. Well, let's start off. Who wants to talk about your game first? Doesn't matter to me. We'll flip a coin. I flipped it, and we'll start with Chris. You guys can help me interview him. Chris, you guys tonight take on Taylorville. Tell us about the ball game.
Well, I'll tell you what, we knew ahead of time it was going to be an interesting outcome just because of the fact that Taylorville comes last year from the Central State A conference that had the 4A state champion, the 5A state champion, and some teams that actually won playoff games in Class 5A. They shift gears to the Apollo here, and while it's a much more attractive opponent than Rochester, and knowing ahead of time you're probably going to go 0-1, yeah, take this Taylorville team that returned a lot of talent from a playoff team a year ago, especially their quarterback, Tanner Champley. Their offensive capabilities and his ability to option and to work out of the shotgun pistol were just too much for the Rams to overcome. And behind 200 rushing yards from DeMontez Miller-Gray, the Rams just overcome their fumbles and turnovers.
Chris, last year you guys go 7-4 under Coach Shaner, really turned things around. You drop one tonight, tough. I mean, you go to you play Taylorville, then you got Charleston next week. Talk about this early season schedule for the Rams.
Well, I think you see this early season schedule and you're happy because you see Rochester looking at you with one and knowing that the program hasn't won a week 1 game since 2006. I mean, these are the kinds of things you look at. And you get Taylorville on the schedule heading to the Apollo Conference this year, and you kind of breathe a little bit of sigh of relief because win or lose, you know that game, while it's going to be tough and very competitive, still not going to be the beatdown or strain, I should say, not beatdown, that you pick on a total like Rochester, who won 4 straight state championships. Week 2, though, I mean, you had Charleston, many project them to be middle of the pack, probably, maybe near the bottom tier of the Apollo Conference this year, but it's a team that's not that far removed from some postseason success. They had a nice run just a few years ago. So the Charleston Trojans, the Rams last played them in 2007 in Week 11 of the postseason, and got a case of tumble-eyed in that game as well, and ended up losing that one. But I think you look at this particular open to the season, and you start to feel a little bit better compared to maybe a year ago. At the same time, I know that with a team like Taylorville being as good as they are, still having that Central State 8 mentality, the Rams had themselves a quality opponent to open up the year, and for whatever reason, just came up on the short end of the stick tonight.
Hey, Chris, Jim Muir here. We had a chance a couple of weeks ago to have all the coaches from the South 7 on our Saturday morning show, and I get the feeling talking to them, unless they're all holding their cards very close to their vest, there's going to be a lot of parity in that South 7, and I don't know that there's a clear-cut favor. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I would have to agree with that. I think if you had to pinpoint a bullseye on somebody right now, 3 guys would share that. I think it would be Jared Shane, Mount Vernon, even after tonight. Ken Turner's Outsoft Crusaders, and, of course, Kerry Martin's Marion Wildcats, even with their outcome tonight, because the schedule fairy didn't do them any favors either this year. But I think those 3 start. Carbondale's just kind of in an odd predicament, third coach in 3 years. Mark Albertini has the ability to get done and probably has talent coming up waiting in the wings, but just kind of a tough situation for them this year. Ray Colling, obviously, is a magician up in Centralia, knows what he's doing, has the ability to win wherever he is, did it at Modern Day, started at Centralia. But the thing with Centralia is just that senior class, not a lot of numbers in that, and they have a lot of talent. In fact, their running back, Keith Scott's a senior, and he was hurt last year in week 5, and that kind of helped to their losing streak. But they're not going to make any excuses, and I know the Orphans should be right up there, but if not this year, I know hoping for next year to be a return to dominance for them. And that leaves the Cahokia Comanches, and the Comanches are a program that always fight the district battle, and living so close to East St. Louis, I mean, it's no secret they lose a lot of kids to the East St. Louis district, and why not? It's one of the top football programs in our nation's history, and beyond that, they lose kids to Althoff at times. They lost a basketball player to Althoff this year who's also going to play football. So I would say there's parity. I don't know that there's going to be necessarily a dominant team this year, but I think that, Marion has to go back up to Champaign next week. It'll be curious to see how they look week 3 with Harrisburg. And, for the Rams, they have Charleston, whom you want to assume will be the doormat of Apollo, but that's no given, and the Rams are going to have some things to work on before next week. The Carbondale Terriers, of course, they have another one with Heron, I believe it is, next week. Heron, I think on the short end of the stick against Waterloo tonight, another good program in the Metro East. So to answer your question in the longest manner possible, I guess I would agree that there's definitely parity at the South 7.
Hey, Chris, this is Justin. With the way Coach Shaner has got that program kind of turned around there, coming from an 0-9 2 years ago, making the playoffs last year, you got to feel like with the 0-1 start, there's really no panic, right?
I don't consider there to be any panic at all. We're in a society and it's gratification. So sites like CalPreps, which can lay claim to accurately predicting X amount of games every year, actually had this game as a loss to the Rams schedule, and no dominant PS8 is a conference, and I'm not making any excuses. That's a great conference. It's just a better brand of football than what most of us will see down here. But it's one of those things where coming in that 0-1 isn't bad as it could be, looking ahead to Charleston and a tough triad team in week 3. This is the team that returned, I think half of the line on the side of the ball, returned most of their running backs, returned the starting quarterback. Where they lost depth was probably a wide receiver or split end, if you will. And it's a team that can still be dominant in conference and dominant with their schedule. Just turnovers and a lack of fundamental football tonight, I think, are what hurt them most. And, I'm glad that you call it a turnaround, because turnaround with Jared Shaner is an accurate statement, and it also doesn't do a disservice to me, because you look back at what was coming, and you feel for the kids that suffered through that 0-9 season, but that was a class that on the football field won, I think, a combined 2 to 4 games. Looking ahead to what is in store, I think you have to look very forward to Mount Vernon Rams football under Jared Shaner for the next few years to come.
Hey, Chris, Travis, let me ask you this, just to step in real quick. On a positive note, I thought I saw one of you guys tweet that didn't your running back Gray have over 200 yards tonight?
He is, and I mean, the bright spot's going to be, regardless of whether it's an 8-1 season or a 4-5 or beyond that, is that he has a chance to break Joel Rush's career rushing record. And, I've not been doing this long. I think this year 8, 9, or something to that effect. He's probably one of the most dazzling runners not only from Mount Vernon, but many of the schools that we broadcast in that time. It's good to see him have the 200 yards. He did get a rushing touchdown. Our big bruiser fullback, Drew Hester, who was a reserve tonight, but starts on defense. He's a highlight-worthy running back that ground and pound. It was good to see him back after an injury against Carbondale in week 6 last year, and be able to get touchdowns himself tonight. So all not lost. I think the score was it wasn't necessarily as indicative to how close it was for 3 quarters. I just think you got a case where the weather was able to heat up things a little bit after practicing so long in cooler conditions. And some of the reports from athletic trainers and coaches around the 217 and 618, cramps were definitely a factor in most places tonight. So I'm not going to blame it on conditioning or make excuses. I mean, that I just that it was a case where there were a lot of positives we had in a game that did unfortunately have some negatives.
Chris Hugo, voice of the Mount Vernon Rams. Chris, like always, appreciate you coming on the fifth quarter. Look forward to talking to you all season. I know the Rams are going to contend for the South 7 title. I'm sure they want to this year. Got a couple more weeks of non-conference games before you crack into conference play against Althoff Week 4 at home. Chris, thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you. Love the show.
All right, you're listening to the fifth quarter. We're going to take a break. I think we've got some more callers that we're working on. Like I said, if you'd like to call into the show and talk about a game, 1-800-439-1063, 618-439-4100, or 618-435-8100 if you'd like to be part of the broadcast tonight. On the fifth quarter, Jim Muir, Justin Wyant on the road traveling back from Carterville. I'm Travis Severin here in the studio. We're going to take a break, come back with some more interviews and scores.
Tending to the needs of your family for the future is just as important as ensuring they're taken care of today. Within hours of a death, families find themselves confronted with numerous difficult decisions and necessary details. Pre-planning services with Leffler Polson Funeral Home can alleviate burdens by making these decisions ahead of time. For guidance and understanding the benefits of pre-planning, call Leffler Polson Funeral Home at 438-0021 or request pre-planning information online at lpfuneralhome.com.
At Weeks in Benton, we can help you with your automotive purchasing needs with 7 brands of new vehicles: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Polaris, and Victory. Stop by and test drive one of these excellent new products or our large inventory of pre-owned. Our friendly sales staff has over 100 years of combined experience, which helps make your buying experience easy and comfortable. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town, but south on the price.
Don't just dream about a better job. Go get it with scores of programs that take 2 years, 1 year, or even just a few months to complete. Rend Lake College is your gateway to a career you'll love. From nursing to coal mining, from computer programming to cosmetology, and everything in between. Rend Lake College is affordable, convenient, and ready to get you trained for your new job fast. Call us at 618-437-5321 or visit us at rlc.edu.
We're looking to expand our business.
So we went to U.S. Bank for some financial solutions.
Luckily, they have the 19-employee location expanding future vending machine owning business package.
They kind of invented it for us.
U.S. Bank offers custom financial solutions for your business, from startup to expansion and beyond. Visit your local branch today. U.S. Bank, all of us serving you. Subject to normal credit approval and program guidelines. Some restrictions and fees may apply. See your banker for more information. Deposit products offered by U.S. Bank, National Association, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Back to the fifth quarter show on Q106.
Hi, welcome back to the fifth quarter program. We've interviewed so far Steve Merrick, voice of the DuQuoin Indians, and Chris Hugo, voice of the Mount Vernon Rams. I'm in the studio, Travis Severin here, Jim Muir and Justin Wyant traveling back. I like to say they're still alongside. The beauty of a technology, all three of us are here ready to interview our next guest, Ron Ellis, the voice of the Marion Wildcats. Marion Wildcats tonight. Ron, dropped the season opener. Tell us about the ball game.
We took one on the chops big time tonight. 26-14 was the final score, but it was like watching a Marion Cahokia game. It was the big play that did the Wildcats in tonight. We scored the first touchdown of the game, and on the ensuing kickoff, kicked it into the end zone, and the next play was an 80-yard run, 14 seconds, the opposite direction, tied it up. Then a little later in the first quarter, they scored on an 87-yard run, and before the half was over, they connected on a 37-yard pass play that put them at the 1-yard line. If the guy doesn't do a little dance before he gets into the end zone and gets stopped, he would have scored on that play. And then Marion was in the red zone twice and came away with no points. And you add all that up, and it's a bad combination. We outgained them yard-wise in the second half, dominated time of possession, and 21-14 was the first downs for Marion over Champaign Central. But you just cannot give up the big play, and you cannot get in the red zone and not score and expect to win.
Hey, Ron, Jim Muir here. I think the real oddity to the Marion start to the season, don't you guys head back to Champaign next Friday night and play Centennial
on the same field you played on tonight?
I asked the guys. We just hit the road just a few moments ago, and we saw a sign that said, to the right, Chicago. And I laughed. I said, well, we're halfway to Chicago. You guys want to go on? And they said, well, the night's young, but we decided to come on home because we're getting to become old farts. But no, we get to come back up here next week, Jim, and play the sixth-rated team in the state in 6A football in a pass-happy affair. Their quarterback is already signed to go to University of Illinois on a full ride. They have a wide receiver that's signed to go to Northern Illinois, and they have a running back that's being looked at by a lot of different colleges and hasn't decided where he's going to go yet. So we got our hands cut out for us next week also.
Hey, Ron, this is Travis. Maybe to the listener out there that's traveling home from a game tonight that doesn't quite understand, talk about the challenges a school the size of Marion that is in Southern Illinois has scheduling non-conference games.
Oh, my gosh. Travis, it's brutal. And here's why. The teams that we are the same size that we are, we're already playing. They're in our conference. Carbondale, Mount Vernon, Centralia, and those are the teams that are closest to us. And then you've got Mississippi Valley teams. They don't want to play us anymore for whatever reason. I've got some ideas, but the bottom line is they don't want to play. That's the Muscudas, Highlands, Triad teams, schools like that. They don't want to play us. We're going to pick up Mattoon in 2 years for week 9, which will help out. But this year, our non-conference schedule, our closest away game, we have 5 games on the road at Centralia. We go to Champaign twice. We go to Springfield, Illinois once to play a Chicago team, Richland South, and that's a 2-year contract. And they've decided to play that in Springfield, Illinois, halfway. And then we go to Althoff and Centralia, our other 2 conference games that are on the road. And they're just not very many schools. Next year, Harrisburg drops off our schedule for week 3, and week 3 of next year, we wind up playing in Galesburg, Illinois, about 7 hours away on a Saturday afternoon to fill out the schedule. And it is just absolutely brutal, the schools that you have to play. And there's no 3A or 4A schools that want to play a 5A school the way the IHSA has the playoffs set up, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't play Marion if I was a smaller school. And we played Granite City the last few years. They dropped us because they didn't want to travel down to Marion. Even though they're an 8A school, and we were very competitive with them, we beat them overall. We were 3 games ahead of them in the conference, or in the head-to-head that we played with that school over the years. But they dropped us because they didn't want to travel to Marion anymore. And it's just, Travis, that's just a fact. I mean, it's not an excuse or anything. It's just that's what you have to do. And Marion, if we sucked, there would be a lot of schools that would want to play us. But because we don't, and the way the IHSA has the playoffs set up, if you win 6 games, you go to the playoffs. If you win 5 games, you better be the conference champion. And it's just a tough situation.
Ron, I understand totally what you're saying, and it's a case the way a lot of schools are penalized because of their success. I remember back in the mid '90s to the late '90s when Benton had a good run, and I mean the first 3 weeks of the year we're playing Muscuda, we're playing down in Heath County, Kentucky, we're playing Modern Day, we're having to match up against Mount Vernon and Marion, and because nobody would play because they didn't, like you said, they're looking for 5 wins, and they're not going to play a program that's really at its best right then. So, yeah, you're penalized by your success, no question.
And, I love Terry Martin to death, and I am so glad he is our head coach. He is a blessing to be around. He's very positive. He gets mad. He gets upset, but he doesn't cuss at the kids. And he demands respect. And the kids respond to him. The program has responded to him. And Jerry Keel talked about this. Football sets the program for the entire school for the entire year. And if the football program is a successful program, that success breeds success. And you find that the schools that have a winning football program have a very good probability of having a winning program in a lot of the other sports, both boys and girls. And that has been very, very true. This is Kerry Martin's 13th year, and after the first 2 years that he was head coach here, he now has a 63% winning percentage. And the first 2 years, he only won 2 games in the first 2 years he was here. So the program has turned around. We've been to the playoff 9 consecutive years, and I think you'd have to look at probably DuQuoin would be one of the schools that would do that. And DuQuoin has run into the same situation before. They're playing Highland now. Highland is a 5A school, and DuQuoin is barely a 3A school. And I know this will be the last year they do it, but Al Martin has had the same problem at DuQuoin in scheduling non-conference games, and that's one of the reasons that the Mississippi Valley is looking at doing a cross conference thing where they can guarantee that all of their games are you play your conference games and then you play the other division on a rotation basis.
Ron, hopefully we can get it all figured out, because you're right. It's a major problem for a lot of schools, especially schools that are bigger in the Southern Illinois, the deep South, so to speak, South 7 schools that you can see by who Mount Vernon has to play, Marion has to play. It's not fun. Appreciate you coming on the show. I know you guys lost one tonight, but you get back at it next week, again going to Champaign. Ron, thanks for coming on the fifth quarter, and look forward to talking to you in the future.
Okay. You guys have a great evening, and Jim, I love the show.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, we're going to hit some finals we finally got for you guys. We're going to hit the scores real quick here before we take our next break and get our next caller on here. We've got some final scores we're going to hit first. Centralia knocked off Salem 34-14. Mount Carmel all over Harrisburg 46-12. That's a final, 46-12. Mount Carmel, seems like every year that program reloads, every year. El Dorado, here's a wild score for you folks. El Dorado wins the game 44-22. That was the halftime score. El Dorado hangs 44 points in the first half. Nobody scores again in the game. El Dorado 44, Cesar Villiers, Waltonville, Woodlawn 22. That's Coach Mike McKee's first game as the SV coach. And then here's the wild, wacky game of the night. Anna Jonesboro hangs on. Maury Bass's fingers must have been going 100 mile an hour trying to text everybody. He's the voice of the Wildcats. AJ 37, West Frankfort 32. So that's a final now we've got. We're going to hit the rest of the scores. This will be every score from the deep 618, so to speak. Carterville beat Benton tonight 40-6. Freeburg knocked off Massac County 42-14. Waterloo comes from behind and beats Heron 28-27. We just told you that Mount Carmel beat Harrisburg 46-12. West Frankfort loses to Anna Jonesboro. Anna Jonesboro wins that one tonight, 37-22. Murfreesboro over Carbondale, 35-7. Highland 56-0 over DuQuoin. Nashville 22-20 over Carlisle. Pinckneyville 41-6 over Redbud. Sparta, who Benton plays next week at home. Sparta's 1-0, folks. 23-20 they beat Dupo. Chester beats Hamilton County 42-0. Fairfield knocks off CZR, Christopher Ziegler Royalton. Fairfield wins 55-15. El Dorado 44-22 over SVWW. Johnson City 29-0 over Wyant and Goreville. South 7 games. Althoff 34-14 over Collinsville. O'Fallon 16-0 over Cahokia. Champaign Central 26-14 over Marion. Taylorville 40-20 over Mount Vernon. And that was a final Centralia 34-14 over Salem. This is the fifth quarter. I'm Travis Severin, Justin Wyant, and Jim Muir also here with me. And we'll come right back and go over some more interviews. You're listening to the fifth quarter here on Q106.
Pre-planning services with Leffler Polson Funeral Home may be as simple as recording one's biographical information, instructions, and wishes, or as detailed as selecting a casket and vault in advance. Whatever is discussed will be put in writing and kept in our files for use when needed. Financing may also be arranged in advance, and if you're uncomfortable meeting at the funeral home for planning, Marty will arrange to speak to you in the comfort of your own home. Call Leffler Polson Funeral Home at 438-0021 or request pre-planning information online at lpfuneralhome.com.
Hi, I'm Travis Severin, sales manager for U.S. Bank Home Mortgage in Southern Illinois. We all know how important it is in football to have great coverage in your secondary, and we feel the same with U.S. Bank Home Mortgage. In Southern Illinois, if you're buying your first home or anything in between, we've got you covered. If you live in Southern Illinois, our team has you covered with Becky Clifton in Centralia, Karen Pelker in Mount Vernon, Nani Moore in Benton, and Kathy Lober and Carla Grant in Marion. With the variety of loan programs we offer, coverage is our specialty. U.S. Bank Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender, member FDIC.
At Weeks in Benton, we can help you with your automotive purchasing needs with 7 brands of new vehicles: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, Polaris, and Victory. Stop by and test drive one of these excellent new products or our large inventory of pre-owned. Our friendly sales staff has over 100 years of combined experience, which helps make your buying experience easy and comfortable. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town, but south on the price.
Are you interested in a career in the culinary arts but can never afford the high cost of cooking school? Rend Lake College has a low-cost recipe for success. For as little as $5,500 per year, you can get a quality culinary arts education in your own backyard. That even includes books, tuitions, class fees, and supplies. Learn to master domestic fare, pastry, and foreign cuisine in Ina, Illinois. Save thousands on a culinary arts education at Rend Lake College. For more information, log on to rlc.edu/culinary arts.
More scores, interviews, and talk on the way. Back to the fifth quarter show on Q106.
Welcome back to the fifth quarter show. We're a little after 10:30 here on this Friday night, the very first week of high school football in Southern Illinois. It's such a great time. Very blessed to be part of the broadcast here on WQRL Q106 here from right on North Main Street in Benton, Illinois. Having a good time tonight. Justin, Wyant, Jim Muir, Justin, JJ, the bearded boys. Where are you guys at? Are you almost back to Benton?
We're cruising into Christopher right now. We were just talking during the commercial break, Travis. Most impressive win by anybody tonight. What's your thoughts on any games that's a surprise to you, or maybe the nicest win by any team tonight?
Just looking down from the scores I've seen so far, you got it. And I hate to say it, the game that we were all a part of, but Carterville beating Benton by 34 points week one's huge. Justin and I were together. We ate lunch together and plowed through some pizza for lunch. And we were talking about the game, what we thought maybe be a touchdown either way. Didn't expect to go over to Carterville and get beat by 5 touchdowns, guys. It was 40-6. I know Benton had a couple times you were down inside the 5-yard line, but if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, so to speak. So, it didn't happen. Carterville puts 40 on the board, and it sounded like they almost called off the dogs about the last 6 minutes of the game. Hicks was a beast. I look at that score, second one that stands out. How about Murphy? Murfreesboro beating a way bigger school. Carbondale's twice or 3 times the size, 35-7. Those 2 games really stick out to me. How about you guys?
Yeah, we were saying the same thing. The other thing I said was, maybe the biggest disappointment of the night, maybe the Heron Tigers up 21-0 on Waterloo and end up losing the game by a point. And they're going to want to come back and play better and get back into the winning ways that they know they can. So I'm looking forward to that Murfreesboro-Heron game. That could be for the conference championship, Travis.
Well, guys, just so you know, don't hit me when you hear this, but I when I'm traveling back from a game, I'm listening to about 7 different stations. I'm not always just listening to you guys, so I'm trying to find the different scores, and I'm listening to Murph call that Heron game. What a wild game, guys. It was 21-0 Heron. Waterloo scores twice in the last 5 minutes of the game. They get an onside kick with 1:40 left and score. Heron gets the ball back with under a minute, moves it all the way down, and has Haynes have a field goal block that would have been the win. You guys all know Haynes is like a Division I type kicker. He gets one block for the victory. It was a wild game listening to that the last couple minutes where Waterloo comes back and wins 28-27.
When you go back and look at the Benton game, one of the things that stands out to me is that we talked about the players they lost, but Carterville had a lot of kids back. They had the entire offensive line back. They had all their linebackers back. So, I don't know if you can put a measuring stick on Benton about that they played poorly or anything. Maybe how good is Carterville? And maybe that might be a way to look at it and maybe take a little bit of the sting away from the loss. But, Benton clearly has got some regrouping to do this week because they got out of the gate slow. They gave Carterville great field position early on, it could have been a lot worse. They gave them the ball in the red zone twice, and they came away with only one score. So, and then again, Benton had some opportunities and couldn't get the ball in. So, I don't think one game makes the season, but it was clearly a disappointing loss, I think, for the Rangers tonight. And they've got to regroup, and they go against a Sparta team that picked up a win, and Pinckneyville's picked up a win. So, and then you get Heron. So it's it's make or break time for the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, that's the thing. Right now, I look at the Benton football schedule. Sparta's 1-0. Sparta was not a gimme last year. That was a tough game. Sparta's 1-0. Pinckneyville's 1-0. Heron's 0-1, but look who Heron's got to play the next couple weeks. You talk about a grueling schedule. It's always a toss-up. Who's got the tougher schedule to start the season? Is it Heron, DuQuoin, or Harrisburg? I always say those 3 teams have the toughest schedule in our whole, if you want to talk about the Deep South, the Deep 618 area code from anywhere from Effingham down, and if you're talking 4A, 3A football, those teams always have such a treacherous stretch to start the year. But Benton's got a lot of regrouping. There's some positives. I thought Rock, obviously I only see half of the game, then I listened to the other half of it, but, Rock hung in there, and after kind of a slow, sluggish start to start the game, we weren't really moving the ball. It seemed like after Kelly ran that long touchdown, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but it seemed like the passing game opened up a little more after we broke that 70-yard touchdown run. Actually had a drive stall on the half-yard line to end the first half, would have only put us down 1 score. How big is that? We're out of timeouts, no timeouts left. You don't score there. Then you turn right around and kick off to start the third quarter. If you guys remember, they scored within 2 minutes.
Travis, here's the thing. We went into the game wondering about our quarterback situation. I'm going to be the first one to tell you right now, in the upcoming 8 weeks, I am not worried about Caleb Rock one bit. He showed me that he's got guts. He showed me he can run the offense. He's got good footwork in the pocket. He can get out of the pocket. He can hit receivers. He's got big, wide receivers. He's got athletic receivers he can get it to, and he can tug the ball and run it if he has to. The problem is just a little bit of the discipline, as Coach said. He's going to work on that this week. It's just going to be a week-by-week improvement thing for the Rangers, and hopefully they can get back on track. Their schedule will allow it. They'll get some wins coming up if they can get this thing righted.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. The nice thing is you get to come home, but for Benton, Justin, you and I and Jim, we've all talked about this. The Benton Ranger schedule is difficult, for one, because the first 7 weeks of the season, you play 2 home games. The first 7 weeks of the year, you play 2 games at home and 5 on the road. That's tough for anybody.
And it's an entire river-to-river conference schedule this year. You got your Ohio division, of course, in your conference, but then you've got Carterville, Sparta, Pinckneyville, and AJ to end the season. So you're playing 4 teams out of the Mississippi side. So it's clearly a river-to-river schedule from top to bottom, and we know that brand of football. So yeah, it's going to. But I still think that there was some positives out of that game. I think Benton's got some big play capability. I love the breakaway run by Clay Kelly. I thought Torres got the touchdown call back, on a poor call, and then Cruz Hayes makes a nice catch. Cole Richardson makes a nice catch for some big yardage. So I think this team's going to get better, and clearly not waving the white flag yet.
No, I would. Yeah, completely agree. This team's going to get a lot better. Still very young. In the pregame show, when I go down there and interview Bob Pankey for the defensive spot that we do, we talk about the defense with our defensive coordinator. He said, Travis, and this was in the paper quoted, and Jim Clodfelder said it to you, and I'm sure we've all heard it. We're experienced, but we're still young. I mean, you're starting only 2 seniors on defense. That's not an excuse. It's reality. And there's a lot of young kids, and you're not starting off the week. You're not starting off the season. Think about college football. A lot of these teams, they start off week 1 against some patsy they can beat 8-0. Benton goes on the road, maybe against the toughest team they play all year, or one of the toughest teams they play all year, and that's not easy. It's a tough atmosphere over there. It's a beautiful facility, and I thought the difference was Hicks got out of the gate early. Benton couldn't stop him, and 21-0's too big of a hole for almost Peyton Manning to claw out of. You guys there? Oh, think we've lost him. We've had him hang up. All right, we're going to run through the scores one more time. We'll run through the scores, and I think we've got our next caller. We'll hit the scores. Here's all the final scores from Southern Illinois. Carterville 40-6 over Benton. Freeburg 42-14 over Massac County. Waterloo 28-27 over Herron. Mount Carmel 46-12 over Harrisburg. Anna Jonesboro 37-32 over West Frankfort. Murphy 35-7 over Carbondale. Highland 56-0 over DuQuoin. Nashville 22-20 over Carlisle. Pinckneyville 41-6 over Redbud. Sparta 23-0 over Dupo. Chester 42-0 over Hamilton County. Fairfield 55, CZR 15. El Dorado 44, SVWW 22. Johnson City 29, Vienna Goreville 0. Belleville Altoff 34, Collinsville 14. O'Fallon 16, Cahokia 0. Champaign Central 26, Marion 14. Taylorville 40, Mount Vernon 20. And wrapping it up for scores in our area, Centralia 34, Salem 14. I think we've been joined by our next caller. Thanks for coming on the fifth quarter. How are you doing tonight?
It's fine. How are you?
Tom Malding, voice of the Hamco Foxes, starting a new era. Brian Blades, the new head coach for the Foxes. Tell us how week one went for you guys playing Chester.
Well, didn't go too well. We were defeated 42-0. Our special teams had a couple of breakdowns. Charlie Moorfield run back the opening kickoff 74 yards, and then at the start of the third quarter, he run back a kickoff 54 yards. We were down 15-0 after one quarter, 22-0 at the half, 28-0 after three quarters, and 42-0 was our final. Defense did not play bad, but offensively we couldn't get on track. We had a little trouble offensively, and Blake Egemar had a big game for Chester. He had 17 carries for 64 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Last year, you guys go 1-8. You make a switch. Brian's the new coach. You know, Brian Blades, I know him well. He's excited. How are things? How's the kind of the things in the air, so to speak, in Hamilton County and McLeansboro with football?
Well, really, everybody's upbeat, and they're looking for good things. He took this team freshman, and I think they were 5-4. So, giving him a little time to get his system in, I think things are going to pick up. We had a rough start tonight, and we go to Fairfield next week, which will be tough. But I think by mid-season we'll be much improved and be competitive.
Tom,
our offense catches up with our defense, maybe.
Tom, isn't that one of the most important things, especially with football? You know, you kind of do it in a 9-week stretch. You kind of do it in thirds. You know, your first 3 weeks, then you kind of get into the second, then you have that home stretch the last 3. I'm sure if you look into when you guys play, you know, just looking down at your schedule, week 4 when you go to Cesar, I'm sure it's going to be a different team that played against Chester tonight.
I'm sure it will be. I mean, Brian's upbeat and the players are upbeat. I think we're heading in the right direction. It's just going to take a little time to turn things around, but I think he'll get it done.
You guys have a big senior class, is that right?
We've got a lot of seniors out and a lot of freshmen. So we've got low numbers, just like 8 or 9 sophomores and 8 or 9 juniors, but the freshmen and the senior class are heavy.
Chester's been such a powerhouse since they left the river-to-river Mississippi division and have come to the Black Diamond Conference. It seems like Chester's just been so tough. Give me your thoughts after playing the Yellow Jackets tonight.
It's the same old scenario. We were told about a couple of backs, but he had a stable of backs. He had probably 4 backs he run. They're all very quick, very elusive runners, and the word with Chester is speed. You've got to contain their speed, and it's easier said than done. They had a little too much speed for us tonight. We couldn't contain them.
Tom, we appreciate you coming on the fifth quarter. We'll look forward to talking to you in the future. Look forward to Hamco football getting back to where it used to be and getting better. I'm sure Coach Blades will have the kids ready and doing that here throughout the rest of this Black Diamond season. Tom Malding, voice of the Hamilton County Foxes. Tom, thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Travis. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too. That's Tom Malding, like I said, voice of the Hamilton County Foxes. We lost Justin and Jim. They're back? Hey guys,
Travis, can you hear us?
We can't hear you. You guys got to be close. I mean, what is Jim? Are you guys in a horse and buggy tonight or what?
Well, we took a wrong turn. We're in East St. Louis right now, but we're trying to get back. But speaking of that, listen, you run down the scores there. And I don't know if you said it or if I just missed it. I'm running down my sheet. I don't think you did. The Cardinal score. Have you heard yet what happened there?
Yeah, the some bad. Yeah, there's the Cubbers. I like to call them the Cubbers. They won 7-2. Your boy Soler had 2 home runs, hit one 442 feet, and Baez drove in a couple. Yeah, you guys won. We're back under, I think 9 games under or over. We're 9 games over 500 now. Our high water mark was 12 games over 500. That's the highest we got. Now we're back down to 9 games over, and you guys are still about, 8 games under 500?
Nah, yeah, we'll take that anyway. You know what? It's getting close to September, October. Cardinals pull around. They'll get the playoffs.
I hope, because this is a 4-game series with you guys, and I was hoping we'd fare a little better. I was wanting I'm going to be really, really greedy. I wanted a 4-game sweep, but the nice thing is it's doubleheader, free baseball tomorrow, doubleheader tomorrow with the Cubs and Cardinals. And yes, you can gloat for a minute because Jim and I like to pick on you for being a Cubby fan, but you guys did win it. Here's the thing. We got to talk about something good. Everybody we've interviewed tonight lost tonight. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah, and then he has to bring the baseball score up on top of that. And not that I don't feel bad enough already, then we'll get to remind me of that score. So
yeah, here's a funny thing. Maury Bass is the voice of the Anna Jonesboro Wildcats. They won, and I texted Maury a couple times. I said, "Listen, get your game over with. I want to interview someone that won tonight." And he just texted me. This is hilarious. It's obviously we're not going to go this long, but it's 10:48. He says, "I can be ready by 11:05." I don't think we're going to wait that long, Maury, but we'll talk to you in the future. What do you guys think?
A great opening night of football, I thought, Travis, all the way around. I mean, I thought some guys, some things we probably had thought about. Murphy looks like they're going to be good. Certainly Fairfield and Chester, I believe, are the 2 teams in the diamond. Looks like Johnson City could be right there in the thick of things again. El Dorado again. So, and I'm anxious to see how good Carterville is down the stretch. If Carterville's dominating people like they did Benton tonight, then maybe that's a little bit of an explanation on what took place tonight down at Carterville. So it'd be interesting to see how things play out.
I think it definitely will be. And I'm sure I don't know if you guys heard what I was saying with Tom Malding. We always talk about it, and for years, football is 3 parts: offense, defense, special teams. It's kind of like your season. First 3 weeks, second 3 weeks, and that last stretch of 3 games for a 9-game schedule. Benton's going to be a lot better when they play West Frankfort down the road than they are tonight against Carterville. They're going to work things out. They're going to get the line shored up. They're going to figure things out on defense, and I think they'll be a better team. They got a good coaching staff. They got good kids. But what I noticed about Carterville tonight, from the view I have down there on the sideline, they were big and physical. Samuel, number 45, beast. The big James kid, 64. Just some of the names I kept seeing. Samuel, 44, the linebacker, and the back in the backfield. I didn't tell you guys this, but he weighed 230 pounds the last 2 years. Basalian. Is that how you say it right, Basalian?
Yes.
Yeah, Clay Basalian, or Bray or Clay, whatever they call him. We'll get his name here in a minute, but he's huge. And he weighed 230 pounds. He was all conference last year, guys, on the line. All conference, in a good conference for football. He loses 25 pounds. They put him in the backfield. He's a stud. I mean, he was lead blocking a lot for Hicks on those runs where he took off and Hicks was gone. And I was super impressed with several of their other guys on defense. That team, they knew their defense was going to be good. If their offense can click like that with Hicks, he threw the ball to Swalls a few times, they could be deadly.
After watching what took place in the Mississippi tonight, if Carterville's not the front runner and the pick to win it, I don't know who it would be, because they really they impressed me. And so, we'll see. But the Rangers they get to regroup now. We'll see how they do. And one of the things we talk about too, I remember when Danny Zerwinski worked with me. He did a lengthy study one time of teams that start out 0-2. The chances of making the playoffs, I mean, it falls off dramatically when you start 0-2 of teams that come back and get 5 out of the next 7 wins. So, it's very important, I think, to try and regroup very quickly, because if Benton would let stub their toe next week, then you've got Pinckneyville on the upswing. Then you start the conference with Heron. So, I mean, it could be a tough road. So I think the next week's a very, very pivotal game for this Benton team, even though it's only week 2.
Guy, before we wrap it up tonight, last thoughts from both of you?
Justin, go right ahead.
My favorite time of year, it's high school football time. things are going to surprise you. You never know what's going to happen. Injuries are going to take place. Different things are going to happen. You can win on any Friday night. So I'm looking forward to see in week 2 what happens.
And final thought from me, hey, one game doesn't make the season. I'm ready to go next Friday night, and don't forget we'll be at the Benton West City Applebee's next Friday night for our 5th quarter. Come out and enjoy some of those half-price appetizers and visit with us, and we look forward to hitting the road out to Applebee's next Friday night.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap things up. Don't forget tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, Talking Sports. Jim will have a ton of coaches to talk to from 8 to 10 tomorrow morning here on WQRL. Ashley, you guys will be out the fair probably, and listening to WQRL Q106 here, Dana Communications. They'll be all over the fair. Should be hopefully some good weather, a little cool down maybe with the rain, who knows. But get out to the fair and check it out. DuQuoin State Fair, one of the great things we have in Southern Illinois, and high school football. I'm going to wrap it up for my engineer, Ashley Bites, who did a great job. She's worked a ton of hours a day. We appreciate everything she does here. For Justin Wyant and Jim Muir, I'm Travis Severin, wrapping up the 5th quarter. Don't forget, next Friday, Benton football against Sparta. We'll have the game right here on QRL, and then the 5th quarter show from the Benton West City Applebee's. Good night. Thanks to Dana Communications for allowing us to do this. Good night. God bless.